Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hey, Krista. Hey. I'm gonna try to run through, see what y'all up to. How you doing? How you doing? See what's going on since the stage shooting. The guy associated, ouch, with NASA, where them scientists and stuff is coming up missing. Let's check it out.
Begin with the attack outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Tonight, CNN has obtained a photo of the suspected gunman after his arrest. Cole Thomas Allen is accused of targeting Trump administration officials. Authorities say he was armed with a handgun, shotgun, and
Y'all
multiple
believe? Are we
knives.
believing
He's set
this?
to be arraigned tomorrow. Natalie Brand was at administration officials. Authorities say he was armed with a handgun, shotgun, and multiple knives. He's set to be arraigned tomorrow. Natalie Brand was at the event and has the very latest.
A day after shots rang out just outside the ballroom of the White House
All of this
Correspondents' Dinner,
staged.
forcing guests, including President Trump and members of his cabinet, to take cover, authorities are investigating why the gunman opened fire. Law enforcement officials tell CBS News the suspect, 31-year-old Cole Allen from California, wrote a manifesto in which he stated he wanted to target administration officials, quote, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Sources tell CBS News that his brother called police in New London, Connecticut, flagging an alarming email he received from Allen. In an interview on 60 Minutes, the president described the incident as it unfolded.
So I went down, and First Lady went down also, but we were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking
Hey,
down.
room
They
shaker.
wanted
You almost to crawl.
I was
Hey,
standing
Cynthia.
up, pretty much. I was standing up and then turned around the opposite direction and started pretty much walking out, pretty tall, a little bent over because I'm not looking to be standing too tall. And but I was walking out. It was pretty about halfway there, and they said, "Please go down to the floor." Tall. And but I was walking out. It was pretty about halfway there, and they said, "Please go down to the floor. Please go down to the floor." So I dropped to the floor. So did the First Lady.
The president also praised the quick action of Secret
This
Service
look like
agents stopped the
Men in
suspect
Black.
as he
This
tried
like
to
a
break
movie.
through the security checkpoint. One Secret Service officer was shot but is said to be doing well and was released from the hospital on Sunday. Security experts say the shooting raises questions about whether
So did the First
I
Lady.
don't even
the
believe.
president also praised the quick action of Secret Service. Agents stopped the suspect as he tried to break through the security checkpoint. One Secret Service officer was shot but is said to be doing well and was released from the hospital on Sunday. Security experts say the shooting raises questions about whether enough was done to secure the hotel ahead of the dinner.
Yeah, I mean,
it's difficult because you have obviously
that mean
a
that,
hotel
that
that's
his
open to
people
the
didn't do
public.
their
They have other
job.
guests that are unassociated with the event last night.
I mean, did his Secret Service, did they not ask? I mean, where are they people? Where's Cash Patel? I mean, the hotel security is never going to be enough to hold a president that come up with the black SUVs and black cars and stuff. It's like, so you intentionally did not have enough security there on purpose just to be able to come back and say, "Oh, I need the East." I'm just so sick of him. Ugh.
Security experts say the shooting raises questions about whether enough was done to secure the hotel ahead of the dinner.
You know, it's difficult because you have obviously a hotel that's open to the public. They have other guests that are unassociated with the event last night.
President Trump hopes to reschedule the
And
dinner.
this is where it happens every year. Hey, Belinda, every year. Every year. Maybe they've had to do some downsizing because you have everybody in such a tight hole that they been laying off people and they're not fully staffed like they normally are. You've made changes. Several companies have did a mass layoff. You know, some of this may be again your fault. Just bottom line. The Hilton. Oh wait, yeah, Hilton. It's the Hilton. like Paris Hilton. Oh, yeah, so they're part of your whole little organization. They involved with the trafficking stuff too. So this is all a skit. And I'm so sick of it. I really am. Release the Epstein files. Let's go back there. Release the Epstein files.
In the next month. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
Yeah, I'm just so sick of you, sir, and this guy. I'm not believing none of the story, none of it. This is another Charlie Kirk situation. You want something, you don't want to pay something. They trying to pass something that we don't know that they are passing. All of that. Shooting condemned. Let me see you, Torrance.
If hollowness under your eyes makes you look 10 years older,
Torrance.
here's how to reverse it naturally in under 2 weeks. I'm a facial plastic surgeon, and when we talk about...
Now at 5:30, more details emerging about a possible
Hi,
motive
camera.
in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Plus,
A Torrance shooter accused of targeting the president. Tonight, we're live in his neighborhood with the latest.
thanks for joining us on the Fox 11 Weekend News. I'm Matthew Seedorf in for
Oh,
Susan
Usher was
Hirasuna.
supposed to be
Tonight,
there.
we're learning more about the possible motive into the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night. The suspected shooter, identified as Cole Allen, is from Torrance. Fox's CB Cotton leads us off.
A night of chaos and confusion at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance rushed to safety after a man armed with guns and knives rushed past a security checkpoint at the dinner's hotel venue in Washington. While the president first and confusion at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance rushed to safety after a man armed with guns and knives rushed past a security checkpoint at the dinner's hotel venue in Washington. While the president, first lady, and other senior cabinet members were unhurt, one officer was shot but saved by his bulletproof vest. After the incident, the president attempted to ease tensions by cracking jokes.
Nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession.
But he also struck a somber tone, calling for unity and bipartisan healing.
I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our
Heart?
differences peacefully.
As for the gunman,
You asked for all Americans to do what? Baby boom. To recommit to what? With your heart? Oh, yeah, you reading somebody else done wrote. Yeah, you don't have a heart. Yeah, stage. Oh, yeah. Let me see. I ain't buying nothing. Come on. Hit the like button, y'all.
Other senior cabinet members were unhurt. One officer was shot, but saved by his bulletproof vest. After the incident, the president attempted to ease tensions by cracking jokes.
Nobody told me this was
No,
such
we're-
a dangerous business.
Oh, man, shut up.
Tonight, we're learning more about the possible motive into the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night. The suspected shooter, identified as Cole Allen, is from Torrance. Fox's CB Cotton leads us off.
A night
Restore.
of chaos and confusion at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance rushed to safety after a man armed with guns and knives rushed past a security checkpoint at the dinner's hotel venue in Washington. While the president, first lady, and other senior cabinet members were unhurt, one officer was shot but saved by his bulletproof vest. After the incident, the president attempted to ease tensions by cracking jokes.
Nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession.
But he also struck a somber tone, calling for unity and bipartisan healing.
I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully.
As for the gunman, he was taken into custody alive. The president revealed he is from California and had a manifesto.
Was never
FBI
shot. People
agents
talking about he
believe it is
unalive.
believed to be his home in Torrance Sunday morning.
Aaliyah.
DOJ officials say he appears to
No,
have
you.
acted
Who you
alone,
talking?
traveling by
Who you
train
talking
from
to?
California.
Leo Bloom. Who you talking to? Who you telling to go? Who you talking to? You talking to Trump? You talking about Trump? It won't let me show your message, Leah. I'm just confused on who you talking about. You talking about Trump?
The president
I need
revealed
for
he
you to
is
clear
from
that for me.
California and had a manifesto. FBI agents raided what is believed
Yeah,
to be
that's
his
what I
home in
thought.
Torrance Sunday morning. DOJ
Yeah.
officials say
So-
he appears to...
If you want me to go to hell, you make sure you take your mama there too, okay? Yeah, I talk about mamas over here just in case you don't know that. Yeah, bye, Leah. They already telling me bye, Leah. Yeah, but you knew that was coming. Yeah, I know you did. I know you did. I know you're not coming over here talking to me like that. Bye, Leah. Take your mama to hell with you. Yes, indeed, Haunty. Yes, indeed. Bye, Lucy Linda. Anybody else want to go early? We good? We good? Wrong place. Wrong place, wrong party. And I don't know if you was trying to be a deflection, but let me back it up a little bit. Yeah.
Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully.
As for the gunman, he was taken into custody alive. The president revealed he is from California and had a manifesto. FBI agents raided what is believed to be his home in Torrance Sunday morning. DOJ officials say he appears to have acted alone, traveling by train from California to Chicago and then Washington, where he checked himself into the hotel as a guest.
It appears he was targeting members of the administration, but I say that generally because that's all we know right now. We don't have any specifics beyond that.
How you gonna say he told you? I thought he told you what he wanted. Why he was there?
DHS. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Now we're learning more about
Any specifics beyond that?
Meanwhile, Republicans say this incident underscores the importance of funding DHS. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Now we're learning more about the Caltech-educated tutor accused of trying to assassinate the
Caltech.
president. The suspect's former professor describing him as a brilliant student. Fox 11's Gina Silva is live in Torrance with more reaction. Gina?
Well, Matt, it is a complete
They always have a certain type of look, you know. But this guy, this is called a crisis actor. He's affiliated. If they ain't CIA now, it's NASA. All of a sudden, 14 scientists, you know, affiliated with NASA. This guy.
Trying to assassinate the president. The suspect's former professor describing him as a brilliant student. Fox 11's Gina Silva is live in Torrance with more reaction. Gina?
Well, Matt, it is a complete shock to many people in this neighborhood, and especially to those who know Cole Allen. They describe him,
Reflections with
as
Kimberly.
a very nice man and extremely intelligent. Now they're wondering what went wrong.
Some are for Trump, some are not for Trump. But to expect someone in the neighborhood to do something like try to shoot him is kind of ridiculous.
Residents here on Gramercy Avenue in Torrance are
Yeah, I
stunned.
know. Some
When
people
the
probably
FBI
thinking
and
I'm going to
SWAT
go off
arrived in
on
their
old girl
neighborhood, they
like
had
I was over there.
idea
Nope.
it was for 31-year-old Cole Allen, a
Please
quiet
smash
guy on
the
the
like
block,
button.
a Caltech
let me hear
educated
this.
tutor.
Educated tutor. I just, white picket fence. Let me back up, y'all.
Expect someone in the neighborhood to do something like try to shoot him is kind of ridiculous.
Residents here on Gramercy Avenue in Torrance are stunned. When the FBI and SWAT arrived in their neighborhood, they had no idea it was for 31-year-old Cole Allen, a quiet guy on the block. A Caltech educated tutor now accused of opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
It kind of blows me away because somehow he got his mind corrupted And I think some of his family knew that things were going on. I heard they had extra guns in the house.
At first, the Allen family refused to let agents inside, shutting the door in their faces. At one
Had
point,
extra
they
guns
appeared to
in
argue with
don't he
agents.
have the right?
Eventually, both parents agreed to go with the FBI and left the property.
I started.
The man they raised, by all accounts, is brilliant. Cole Allen earned a mechanical engineering degree from Caltech, then a master's
great.
in computer
Thank you.
science from Cal State Dominguez Hills. Dr. Bing Tang was one of his professors. He issued the following statement. He was a very good student indeed, always sitting in the first row of my class, paying attention and frequently emailing me with coursework questions. Soft-spoken, very polite, a good fellow. I am very shocked to see the news.
I still haven't fully wrapped my head around it. And I don't think anyone in our community has.
Dylan Wakayama founded the Asian American Civic Trust in Torrance. He says Allen tutored high school students connected to his nonprofit, some of them just 2 weeks before the shooting.
They described him as they thought he was nice. It didn't seem like they thought there was anything wrong with him. Your student 2 described him as very intelligent. I think her exact words were, he's so smart.
Last December, Allen's employer, C2 Education, a test prep and college admissions tutoring company, named him Teacher of the Month.
Everything is just surprising. You know, you would think he would have more sense. You kind of wonder what flipped him out.
Allen described himself online as, quote, a teacher by birth and a game developer by experience. He did create a game that was selling online for $1.99. Matt?
Wow, Gina, so I was out there last night. It's a very quiet neighborhood. How are neighbors dealing with this news, plus all the media being out there?
Some of them are very annoyed that so many reporters, not just local reporters, but national reporters are here as well and have taken over their neighborhood. But overall, everyone is just shocked that this happened here in Torrance, number one, in their neighborhood. And those who actually know the man say that, you know, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, a whole lot of media out there. Thank you, Gina. Well, President Trump is now pushing even harder for the construction of the new White House ballroom after last night's shooting. He took to Truth Social early this morning, saying in part, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. This event would have never happened with the military top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in, and is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. A federal appeals court ruled that the president could continue building his $400 million ballroom after a lower court judge blocked above-ground construction on the site for the former East Wing. A hearing is now set for June to review the order to stop the project. The National Trust for Historic Preservation, HSD, has sued the construction, arguing that the president did not seek approval from Congress. We will continue following new details on this story as they develop.
Okay, so I had some different angles that we are about to examine, and I'm finna pull them up. I'm finna show y'all some different angles. I want y'all to tell me what y'all see. Hold on, let me go get my other tablet. Let's listen.
Here's how I eat
To
low
this
carb,
while I go
high-protein
get
meals
it, baby,
every day.
cause
These are my lunches this week. Eating carnivore or keto isn't cheap or fast.
For the third time in 2 years, there was an apparent attempt.
More on the suspect now. 3 sources tell CNN that authorities have identified this man as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years old, from California. The D.C. police chief said the suspect appeared to be a lone actor, was believed to be staying at the Washington Hilton where this dinner was happening. CNN's Brian Todd has more on the suspect and what we've learned this morning about the Secret Service agent who was shot during the attack.
In Paris Hilton in the Epstein.
We have new information just in from the U.S. Secret Service regarding the Secret Service officer who was shot in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Anthony Guglielmi, the chief of communications for the Secret Service, telling CNN that the officer in question has been released from the hospital and, quote, the ballistic vest helped us avoid a potential tragedy. That is according to Anthony Guglielmi, Chief of Communications for the U.S. Secret Service. That officer released from the hospital. Anthony Guglielmi declining to name the officer or the hospital where he was treated, but the officer has been released, according to the Secret Service. Some other information we're getting, according to sources who spoke to CNN, the suspect is identified as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years old, from Torrance, California. Now, according to the interim Washington Metropolitan D.C. Police Chief Jeffrey Carroll, he said that the suspect was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives in this exchange. Chief Carroll saying that the suspect and law enforcement officers did exchange gunfire, and the chief saying that they believe that the suspect may have been a guest at the Washington Hilton Hotel, the same hotel where this incident occurred. The chief saying that they secured a room there and are trying to determine the contents of that room, so that will provide some critical information. Now, according to the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., Janine Pirro, the suspect faces 2 charges at least. One of them is using a firearm during a crime of violence. The other is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. And some quick information on this alleged suspect's background. According to public records that CNN was able to sift through, he worked as a teacher and a video game developer. According to a LinkedIn profile matching his name and photograph, it described him as a part-time teacher at C2 Education. That is a test prep and tutoring company. CNN has reached out to C2 for comment. We have not heard back from them. C2, according to its records, did name Allen as the company's, quote, Teacher of the Month in December of 2024. According to a LinkedIn profile, Allen graduated from the California Institute of Technology in 2017 with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. He received a master's degree in computer science from Cal State University at Dominguez Hills last year in 2025. According to Federal Election Commission records, he donated $25 to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign in 2024. And he described himself in his LinkedIn profile as a video game developer. He appears to have published at least one game, an indie game called Boredom, for sale on the Steam gaming platform. So a little bit more of the background of this alleged suspect, Cole Thomas Allen.
Let's bring in now retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent Jason Pack. Jason, hello to you. We've not heard anything yet about whether Allen is cooperating with investigators, but the FBI has searched a home linked to this suspect. We've got video of it from Torrance, California. Detail for us just the work that's happening to get the answer to the 2 big questions, why and the target that's happening right now.
Victor, good morning, and those are the 2 most important questions this morning. There's a lot of work going on in 2 locations and maybe more that we don't know about. Clearly, the FBI's evidence response team there at the hotel in Washington, and now we see
Agent Jason Pack. Jason, hello to you. We've not heard anything yet about
y'all need to hit the like button.
Cooperating with investigators, but the FBI has searched a home linked to this suspect. We've got video of it from Torrance, California. Detail for us just the work that's happening to get the answer to the 2 big questions, why and the target that's happening right now.
Victor, good morning, and those are the 2 most important questions this morning. There's a lot of work going on in 2 locations and maybe more that we don't know about. Clearly, the FBI's evidence response team there at the hotel in Washington, and now we see the scene fan out into California there in Torrance, where FBI agents are likely executing a search warrant to get to that why. They're looking for pieces of evidence in there, computers, phones, writings. Was there a manifesto like sometimes that we see? Or importantly, if there's not, that also says something. So there's a lot of work going into that effort to figure out what happened and why it happened. So that why piece we're seeing in Torrance there, and as the agents and the investigators in Washington piece together some of that trajectory, we don't know where all the shots have gone. So the FBI lab and the evidence response team will do some trajectory analysis and see where those rounds went and who may have fired them. And we are still unclear about that. But as they piece that together, it's important, Victor, because they'll take those pieces of information and match that up with some of those charges that the the United States Attorney announced last night.
Yeah. You mentioned the potential for a manifesto, and listen, we've covered so many of these that often we find a manifesto online. Now, let's go through what we know about this suspect. This is someone who came to this event, according to law enforcement, was a guest at the hotel, had this long gun, had a pistol, a handgun, several knives, and picked not only an event that the president was attending, but also literally the most well-known names and most influential people in media. Is this the type of suspect who would want the world to know why he's doing this, considering the event he picked?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and just shows you the level of preparedness and premeditation. You just don't wake up and decide to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. As you know, you have to plan that a lot. So it required a lot of pre-planning, a lot of thinking, probably a lot of research. And the fact that he was able to travel from California, we think, all the way to Washington, the hotel rooms there are not cheap either. So doing the retrace of the financials,
especially not that night.
And all
where
the
that
they're pulling the hotel video to be able
dinner
to see
was
where
at.
he's coming
You
and
know
gone
that
there while he's at the
when it's
hotel,
almost
how does he get the
fully
weapons in?
occupied
So
or
a lot of
something
questions
going on,
to
the
answer
prices
there,
go
but
up.
as far as the reason, clearly you have some of the most experienced journalists in the world in the same room with the world leaders, and that certainly says something about his motivation, I would think.
Can you explain something? Control room, let's put up the picture of Allen on the floor face down. Yes, this picture. I've covered many of these after which the shooter has been apprehended. And it appears he's obviously shirtless. I don't know what else he has on, but he's covered by a Mylar blanket. Is it protocol to take the suspect's clothes off? I've never seen this. Explain why we're seeing this, him in this condition.
Well, they probably were looking for explosives or something. So when you detain a person, you do what's called a high-risk search to make sure there are no weapons in the waistband, those types of things. And then you do a full search on that. So this appears to be some sort of full search. It does look like that blanket on top of him there. So they wanted to make sure there were no other threats. Did he have any explosives tied to him? Those types of things. When somebody's charging at you with a shotgun, you don't take any chances with that. So you want to make 100% sure that there's no other threats.
Speaking of other threats, this investigation is only a few hours old, and early on, even last night, we heard law enforcement say that they believe that he acted alone. How were they so early in the investigation able to reach that? I mean, maybe he was there at the Washington Hilton alone, but to say that he acted alone, how'd they get there potentially?
So I started microdosing, Accutane, obviously. What were you thinking? Anyway, I didn't even know microdosing Accutane was a thing until I found out about honeydew.
Okay, I need for y'all to double tap the face of y'all phone. Hit those three dots at the top right corner. I need the lights to go up or you need to leave. Lights up or get out. Double tap the face of your phone or hit those three dots at the top right and it'll take you to the thumbs up. I'm not going to keep stopping and going. I'm just going to end it because I don't care.
That's a very good point because we all know in these early stages of these crises, as investigators learn things, the facts kind of change a little bit, right? Because they haven't done their homework and they've interviewed people and they are able to prove what they're saying. So there has to be some sort of, at least initial level of optimism that was true. Again, like you said, Victor, there probably wasn't anybody with them. They were making sure of that. And then in their checks in the background initially, nothing probably came up. But I think as we go in the days ahead here, they're going to make sure that is the case, and they're going to talk to all of his associates. We know that he might have been a teacher. They'll go to any of those types of places, interview his coworkers, see who his associates are, and go and build that timeline from the time the shooting happened and work all the way back several weeks beforehand to see how we got to the point last night.
Joining me now is CNN law enforcement analyst and former Secret Service agent Jonathan Wackrow. Jonathan, thanks for joining me. Let's start here. Wolf, in his description of the security posture outside the Washington Hilton, said that he's been to this obviously many times, this was something at a level he'd never seen before. The check 3 or 4 blocks away, intensified security. What typically informs something like that? Is it simply coincidental that increased security happens the year that there is this shooting, or is it often the environment or a specific threat that would lead to the type of security that has not been seen at this dinner before?
Well, Victor, good morning. And to answer your question, it's the latter. It's the threat environment. So the Secret Service operates off of a threat-based methodology when they're building out any type of security plan for the President of the United States or any of their protectees at any site that they may be going to. So in this case, because the president, this was going to be the first time at this event as the sitting president, there was a lot of publicity, coming about this event, leading up to last night. That really creates a lot of threat vectors that can manifest themselves for this type of event. The Secret Service knows that, so they actually start building out this this security plan. And really, what Wolf was saying is concentric rings of protection that radiate out from the center of the stage where the president was sitting. So you have multiple layers of defense at that site that radiate out, not just at the surface level, but it's 360 degrees. There's airspace security that goes on. There are a lot of components of the security program that the public just does not see. Wolf did describe some of those elements that were out the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, the magnetometers, all the way into the ballroom. So again, what we do know, though, is that security plan did work. It did prevent this threat from manifesting itself inside the ballroom and having tragic consequences.
Yeah, and as we know, having covered these shootings at schools and grocery stores and movie theaters, there are degrees of soft targets, hard targets. Any space around the president obviously is hardened. But when you have the Washington Hilton, 1,100 rooms, thousands literally of people in that ballroom, how far can the perimeter be extended, right? So this checkpoint that he crashed through was a level above the ballroom. Short of checking every person's baggage TSA style coming into the hotel as a guest, how do you keep those weapons out of the building when the president potentially comes in?
Well, again, what we don't know is some of those pre-attack elements. What was the staging that the attacker went through to prepare for this evening? And I think that's going to be a critical part of this investigation. Is when did he set up the weapons and have that cache of weapons available to him to then go ahead and launch the attack at that main magnetometer site? Timing here is also critical. If that attack was 60 minutes earlier, this would have been a tragic event with numerous casualties and individuals hurt, because that is the only place where the public was aggregating before they fully got screened going into the event. So understanding these attack dynamics, which I actually will underscore that it actually speaks to the premeditation. If this attacker did have a room or access into the hotel prior to the security program being fully stood up outside, again, that speaks to this calculated planning that he had. But again, what we saw was, again, not relying on one element of the security plan, but that multiple overlapping layers of security actually did work last night.
Survival food has meant one thing since 1975.
Seriously?
Cardboard taste and stomach aches. Food you know your grandkids are going to refuse to eat.
Okay, so listen.
Welcome back. Law enforcement is on the scene in California, digging through the home of suspected White House.
So, listen. I want us to watch this. I'm trying to see which one of these pictures look the craziest. Let me make sure the volume. Okay, so listen. I need for y'all to hit the like button. So, when it came down, this is the aside. Why does it look like this guy right here grabbed, it won't get it, Vice President Vance before Trump was grabbed? Because I was like, now, who is this guy right here? Then he grabbed first. He grabbed first. He didn't duck or nothing. At this point, they ain't even grabbed Trump. Now they grabbing Trump. Wait a minute, y'all. Y'all mean to tell me they grabbed Vance before they grabbed Trump? And why did Vance seem like he couldn't move? Do I need to back that up? Trump's still sitting, the man right here, right? Why he ain't, so it's like he had to get a signal. Vance is out. Trump's still down there. It looked like he had to get a look or okay, right? And then guess what Trump do, y'all? Can somebody tell me what Trump do? Y'all still with me? Can somebody tell me what Trump did? Any guess? Hi, Stacy. Any guess? Can anybody tell me what Trump did? Did he fall? Fail. He failed. He passed the hell out. Fell to his knees. Now he's saying, can we have a little peace? Can we have a little love? Yeah, last night you was talking me plenty of. Your ass fell to your knee, begging God, please, please, Lord Jesus, please. Fell to his knee, bam. He belonged on them knees. That's where he was with Bill, Bubba. He was on them knees. Can y'all believe that? Ain't nobody told us that, have they? Ain't nobody told us he fell on his knee. Passed the hell out. Bubba, yeah. Bubba had him on his knees. Trying to please. He was trying to please the hell out of Bubba. And what type of pickle was that? I hope it was kosher. Them knuckles can't hold him up, baby. Them cankles. What they call them? Fail. Has anybody, I ain't been on here. I've been out and about. But has anybody talked about him falling? Bam. You took everybody down. He passed out. If they have to drag him. Get up. Make me weak at the knees. Weak at the knees. Yeah, that what? Hello? Huh? Was he weak at the knees or did he just, that diaper? Oh, overflow. It was heavy. Have y'all heard anybody talk about Trump falling? First of all, why Vance was taken out first, and then they had to take Trump out. Falling. I'm falling and I can't get up. I'm falling and I can't get up. Help me, please. Help me, please. Shout out to Smash for Topic. Passed out. Get him up, get him up, get him up. It took 10 men to lift him up. Baby. I said, why they not, what you do to Trump? He was scared. He lost all, scared to death. Scared the shit out of him. I got another one. I got another angle. It's like, why? Wait, what? You know, I go, wait, what? Who? First, I didn't know it was Vance. Now, watch this one. Y'all, man. Y'all ready for this one? Y'all ready for this one? Y'all ready for this one? Move it. Why Casper? What you, ain't you FBI? You lying to me. Y'all want me to believe this real? And the F, the B, and the I sitting there looking like, what am I supposed to do? They got a camera rolling and Cash Patel sitting his wide hips. I got hips to swing and swerve for you. Yeah. You know. Y'all, what he doing? What he doing? It's a shooting going on, they say. Y'all hit the like button. Look at it. Look at his big ass eyes. Look at the camera. I thought they not scared. They ain't scared. FBI not up and about. Y'all, what's going on? Y'all, what's going on? Can anybody help me understand what's going on? Sitting there with a drink. He already drunk. Hey, kick it back quick. He already drunk. He's saying, yeah, no. I mean, he ain't budging. He looking around, you know. Has anybody showed this clip? I mean, have they been talking about this while I was out today? Have they been talking about it? Indeed, she did say it was going to be a lot of shots fired. She did say that before. No panic on his face. When Charlie Kirk was on the live, wasn't he sitting down somewhere eating? She spilled the beans, yep. But I didn't know all of these people were still just sitting. No, high TNA. Have anybody been talking about this, y'all? After the attack, Iran sends strong message. Do not believe him. He lies. I don't know what. I can't play the music. Y'all see this? They sent a message. Do not believe him. He lies. You lie with my Faxa Foley voice. You lie. So we believe it's fake now. They said we ain't buying it. We gonna deny you. We ain't fooling with you. We gonna play in your face. We gonna make deals around you while you sitting over here in La La Land, make believe land, still having tantrums, lying to the American. Be too many are believing that. Are you what, Eric? Are they looking at the same stuff we looking at? Anytime you saw all that Fox 4 people all saying the same thing and he not talking about no fake lies. Look at them. Pointing their hand. It's Iran. I don't know what you heard about.
This is why
That nasty.
Jews never eat the.
Okay, let me get to the other one. Yeah, I thought that was funny. Oh my God. Please, I just want to. Where's Charlie? I miss my Charlie. Charlie! Charlie, I'm sorry, baby. Charlie. Can y'all believe this? Excuses for a new ballroom. Absolutely. Charlie, wake up. I mean, where's Guantanamo Bay? I need to see Charlie. Let's go. Come on. Start it. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I thought you had guns and are we still believing that this was real? I just want to go home. Where's Charlie? Why would she say that right in front of the camera? She said that right in front of the camera, did she? I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. Auntie P ain't got no sense. I know y'all lying. I know y'all lying. I know y'all lying to me. Boo-hoo, woo. Her new boyfriend, I know y'all lying. I know you lying. Erica Kirk made an appearance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner allegedly with a new man, causing many. Well, that ain't who walked out with her. That's not who walked out with her saying, I just want to go home. There's no place like home. Click my heels 3 times. There's no place like home. When I think of you, I can't think of that song. I just want to go. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? How you walk out with these men? Where your dude at? Oh, that was just for a piercing. What is it saying? Yeah, Charlie, what? When Charlie, what? Is that the ghost of Charlie? What? When Charlie. I mean, what in the world? Baby, let's move on. Are they laughing at her?
Bro, this cannot be real, bro. The funniest part about this is I read the comments, right? Now, everybody believed that she got her husband knocked off, got him, unalived. But they think this right here is worse than that.
Are they saying her being with a black guy is worse than Charlie being unalive?
Oh my goodness, Charlie Kirk is rolling over in his grave right now as we speak.
Wow.
Bro, this cannot be real, bro. The funniest part about this is I read the comments, right? Now,
where's Charlie?
Husband knocked off, got him.
Stop it! So we're fucking cooked. Palantir just centralized all farmer data under the one farmer, one file.
I don't know what that's about.
Never ever open a bank account in your own name. I didn't know this until my dad stopped me the day I got my first paycheck. I did everything.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on, y'all. I don't want to give y'all no misinformation. If you thought the Epstein files was mind blowing, oh, this is all of the, I guess, the conspiracies right now. Flat Earth, moon landing hoax, that was JFK assassination, Bigfoot, Area 51, another Area 51, Mandela effect, Men in Black, Denver Airport. Now, I heard about the Denver Airport. HAARP, I don't know about that. Deep underground bases. CERN, CERN, Illuminati, Reptilian, Project Blue Beam, Chromium, whatever. Saturn, MK Ultra, elite human trafficking. I mean, it's so deep down. See how deep down it goes? Black Knight. Satan ritual abuse. The Antarctica. That's a lot. Shows you how deep it is. You never know what's true, what's not. It's a play. I know it is. I'm hot. She leveled up. A photo op.
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
So it was a joke.
So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it. I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said. I can't take credit.
So she wrote it.
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic.
This was her baby.
Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit.
I don't know, man. This feels like a psyop. So they're claiming that Cole Allen tried to unalive the president. He's a software developer, mechanical engineer, and he's obviously a smart guy. In 2014, you can see he even did a fellowship at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. In that same year, 2014, NASA published a paper, and one of the authors was a guy by the name of Henry Martinez, who works at Lockheed Martin. And oddly enough, there's a Henry Martinez on Twitter, and his only post was in 2023, and what it reads is very weird. Cole Allen. It's just strange to me that all of these engineers are disappearing or being unalived, and with this whole thing going down, it just feels a little bit like a psyop. I don't know, man. This feels like a psyop.
Does it
So
feel
they're
like a
claiming that
psyop?
Cole Allen tried to unalive the president. He's a software developer, mechanical engineer, and he's obviously a smart guy. In 2014, you can see he even did a fellowship at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. In that same year, 2014, NASA published a paper, and one of the authors was a guy by the name of Henry Martinez, who works at Lockheed Martin. And oddly enough, there's a Henry Martinez on Twitter, and his only post was in 2023, and what it reads is very weird. Cole Allen. It's just strange to me that all of these engineers are disappearing or
All
being
of 'em.
unalived, and with this whole thing going down, it just feels a little bit like a psyop. I don't know, man. This feels like a psyop. So they're claiming that Cole Allen tried to unalive
Does it
the
feel like a
president. He's
psyop
software
to you?
developer,
Oh, she in there stealing? She trying to get her a couple of bottles and take home. She said, oh no, I can use this. They're not scared no more? She said, I need a bottle. Oh, this ain't open? Oh, okay. They got my name on it. Oh, I'll take this one too. Oh, hell yeah. Baby. Ain't no way in the world they could think that this is real if they watching the same stuff we watching. I'll take that. I don't mind if I do. And you too, baby. Let's go. You coming with me. Baby.
End of the decade, we'll have 5 or more vaccines available to all the children of the world.
Don't y'all take this, miss.
By the end of the decade, we'll have 5 or more vaccines available to all the children of the world. And finally, by the end of this decade, every country can have a delivery system to make sure that those vaccines are getting out to every single child. And that will allow us to move on to other very, very ambitious goals. At the end of the decade, we'll have
that's what they
5 or
planning,
more
y'all.
vaccines available to all the children of the world. And finally, by the end of this decade, every country can have a delivery system to make sure that those vaccines are getting out to every single child.
Don't y'all let them kids put their mess in their arm.
Other very, very ambitious goals.
Nope.
You can clean parasites out of your body and
In 5 years, we're going to see 415,000 low-orbit satellites.
Who are you talking to?
Bill Gates says his 65,000 satellites alone will be able to look at every square inch of the planet 24 hours a day. They're putting in
What?
5G.
I got 5G on my phone.
415,000
When I tried to put it in, take it off, it
Bill
wouldn't let
Gates
me.
says his 65,000 satellites alone will be able to look at every square inch of the planet 24 hours a day. They're putting in 5G to harvest our data and control our behavior. Digital currency that will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply.
Well, that's what Trump is about, and you on his tablet.
In 5 years, we're going to see
Ain't that's Trump.
415,000 low-orbit satellites. Bill Gates says his 65,000 satellites alone We'll be able to look at every square inch of the planet 24 hours a day. They're putting in 5G.
They gotta tell us. They gotta tell us.
Our data and control our behavior. Digital currency that will allow them to punish us
This
from
is
a
why
distance and cut off our food
people think
supply.
ICE is cool. I don't know why y'all don't realize it's gonna set you up in a minute. You're not going to be exempt. They have a bigger plan. That's our problem. We only think about stuff for the moment. We only think about it for right. We have, again, I'm gonna say this. By the time they full plan is in full effect, you're gonna realize that you have been still been whitewashed in the head. You thought ICE was good. You thought people getting put out of assistance was good. You know, all of these things that you're saying, yeah, I'm pro this, I'm pro that. You gonna be a part of they take over as well. They're gonna take over your shit. They're gonna snatch the rug from up under you. And all of that evil stuff that you were saying when you thought it was just about deporting them, you're going to find out it's going to be about deporting you. And by the time you want to complain about it, it's going to be too late because you was too busy trying to make fun of the other people that you thought it was only affecting. They have a bigger picture, and you, I don't give a who you think you are. It does not include you. You can think and do if you want to, because you still brainwashed in the head. You think you special. Yeah. You think you entitled. No, you're not. You're just playing in your face because you dumb. Really, deep down on the inside, you just as dumb as everybody else. And you don't see it yet because you feel like the Constitution of America still represents you. You don't know that they fighting tooth and nail that you won't have a right, and they're going to put your ass on a plane for no reason at all. It ain't going to be about breaking laws. It ain't going to be about immigrants or none of that. The foundation that we have set in place cannot be snatched from them, as well as it can't be snatched from you. If it can be snatched from them, guess what that means? It can be snatched from whatever excuse, whatever bypass they go about. Well, I was born and raised. I'm American citizen. I don't give a shit. That's how they're gonna handle you. So you better be careful about what you're saying about immigrants. It's out of order, and it's definitely against God's word. But a lot of people don't believe in God. Yeah. Keep playing. Keep thinking that it won't affect you. Okay.
In 5 years, we're going to see 415,000 low-orbit satellites. Bill Gates says his 65,000 satellites alone will be able to look at every square inch of the planet 24 hours a day. They're putting in 5G to harvest our data and control our behavior. Digital currency that will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply.
Punish us from a distance. Punish us from a distance. How they gonna do that? I'm good, JR. How they gonna punish us from a distance? What does that mean? They ain't gonna even have to be here? What does that mean? You better take heed. He is not in control. Israel is. He know he not following the Constitution of the United States. He know that. He made a deal with the devil.
So this is apparently the guy who tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and this now infamous picture has been taken down off of Instagram, but somebody was able to screenshot it before they were able to take it down. If you zoom in and look real close right here,
that's serious.
That says Israeli Defense Forces.
Aha!
Why is the supposed shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner wearing an IDF sweater?
You lying to me?
Who is this guy really?
You lying to me?
That's the question that everybody needs to be asking right now, because I don't want to get into tinfoil hat type of stuff and conspiracies and this and that and everything else.
You lying to me?
But this is just too weird. This keeps happening over and over again. We keep having these attacks, and then it turns out that the person has some type of a connection going back to the little blue star state, and
you lying to me?
It's too much. I don't know. What do you guys think about this?
I think they playing in our face.
Below, follow along for more. So this is apparently the guy who tried to storm the White House correspondence.
Yeah, I remember what I put my title. Was it Iran or was it the Mossad? Or was it just fake? Who can tell me who did I say if they get him, who was gonna get him? I told y'all it would be the Mossad. It would be Israel. He didn't follow the plan. It's gonna be the same people that he working for that's gonna take him out. It's gonna be the same people who got Epstein that's gonna try to get him. So are we surprised that it says Mossad? I'm not. I'm not. If it was real.
So this is apparently the guy who tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and this now infamous picture has been taken down off of Instagram, but somebody was able to screenshot it before they were able to take it down. If you zoom in and look real close right here,
I'm just trying to understand how they keep missing.
Israeli Defense Forces. Why is the supposed shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner wearing an IDF sweater? Who is this guy really? That's the question that everybody needs to be asking right now, because I don't want to get into tinfoil hat type of stuff and
so did they
conspiracies
stage
and this
it?
and that and everything else.
Cash Patel was sitting there.
This is just too weird. This keeps
He needs to be fired from that picture.
Again. We keep having these attacks, and then it turns out that the person has some type of a connection. Israeli Defense Forces. Why is the supposed shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner wearing an IDF sweater? Who is this guy really? That's the question that everybody needs to be asking right now, because I don't want to get into tinfoil hat type of stuff and conspiracies and this and that and everything else, but this is just too weird. This keeps happening over and over again. We keep having these attacks, and then it turns out that the person has some type of a connection going back to the little blue star state, and it's too much.
The one who has us in a war. Okay, so let me get to Candace, y'all. Hit the like button, please. Cause baby, this little clip she did, she went. You know how I be saying she drug him down up in there. She went off in there. If ever you needed the Lord before, you sure do need him now. She had a little clip. Oh, Barbie. Y'all ready? Double tap the face of your screen. Get the likes up for me. Let's go. I ain't gonna be here all night.
Christ is king.
Christ is king, baby.
Oh.
What she say? I don't care who you are. Christ is king. I don't care who you are. I'm popping on y'all. I don't care who you think you are. Christ is king. He's Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Christ is king. You understand? Okay. You demonic spirit, y'all play too much. Y'all better stop acting like y'all God. Christ, what she say? Christ is king. He king.
Christ is king.
All by himself. He don't need nobody's help.
OMG, you guys, buckle up. what I'm about to tell you, you're not even going to believe me, but you can just research
got
this.
a hair
You don't even
pull
have
back.
to go down a dark hole on Reddit. You can just literally open Wikipedia. It is so in our faces, and yet we don't learn about this. And now I understand why they are very upset with me. So you may have heard of a man named Aleister Crowley. If you haven't, I'll provide you with some brief spark notes. Aleister Crowley was an Englishman. He was also a drug abuser. He was a bisexual. With me. So you may have heard of a man named Aleister Crowley. If you haven't, I'll provide you with some brief spark notes. Aleister Crowley was an Englishman. He was also a drug abuser.
Don't he look like
Aleister Crowley?
Don't he look like the Three Stooges? Dun, 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 dun. You know. You know, the one go. Don't that look like him? Curly. Y'all don't know nothing about the Three Stooges. Wow, they look like Curly on the Three Stooges. Now, who is he?
Learn about this, and now I understand why they are very upset with me. So you may have heard of a man named Aleister Crowley. If you haven't, I'll provide you with some brief spark notes. Aleister Crowley was an Englishman. He was also a drug abuser. He was a bisexual who is credited with heavily influencing the eventual counterculture revolution of the 60s in America. Free love, free love. Yeah, that book, Chaos. Things got weird and satanic in the 60s in America. And America is where this Englishman, Aleister Crowley, eventually moved. But what he is most famous for is black magic. He was an occultist who pledged his allegiance to demons. He believed that he could summon demons, okay? The story goes that when he was 13 years old, he read the book of Revelation in the Bible, and he became inspired, not by Jesus Christ, but by the seven-headed beast that is written by the whore of Babylon. So in case you are somebody that's not familiar with the Bible.
So this is whoremongering shit.
Demons, okay? The story goes that when he was 13 years old, he read the book of Revelation in the Bible, and he became inspired, not by Jesus Christ, but by the seven-headed beast that is written by the whore of Babylon. So in case you are somebody that's not familiar with the Bible and Revelations, they talk about this seven-headed beast that rules over every tribe and people and tongue and nation, okay? So it's satanic. It's a satanic beast. When Aleister got older, he started a religious cult, a satanic cult known as the Lima. Crowley believed that the number of the beast, 666, was significant. He believed that humanity was entering in a new eon and that his religious motto, which was do what thou wilt, would rule it, right? He believed that actually he could create this beast and rule over nations by practicing rituals. He routinely practiced sex rituals. He believed in masochistic and sadistic sex, believed in free love, and he was much connected to the elite in America. He was just openly publishing articles for Vanity Fair because he was best friends with their editor, and many of the elite in our society were his followers and believers. A Satanist. This is a fact. You can look this up. One such follower was a man named Jack Parsons, another wealthy young man. And here's what you should know about this time period. Before Jack Parsons enters the scene in America, the scientific consensus was that we would never enter space, that was an impossibility. But this rich kid, who also happens to be an occultist and who also would perform sex rituals and blood sacrifice to summon demons, well, no, he expressed the belief that they could fundamentally alter humanity, and he had a vision. He said, no, we can make this work. We can get to space. Check out this article. Again, this is published. You can look this up yourself. Here's the headline: Sex, Rocket Science, and Satanism. Meet NASA's real hidden figures. And I'm going to read you directly from this article because it's so unbelievable. Check out this article. Again, this is published. You can look this up yourself. Here's the headline: Sex, Rocket Science, and Satanism. Meet NASA's real hidden figures. And I'm going to read you directly from this article because it's so unbelievable. My jaw was on the floor. I'm skimming through it because it's way too long. It would make this show forever, but we will link it, and you absolutely must read it. It reads, quote, Jack Parsons is barely acknowledged on NASA's website. and he's the man who made rockets a reality and co-founded the agency's Jet Propulsion Lab, JPL, home to missions which paved the way for the Apollo programs and continue to explore Mars and outer space today. If Parsons' life story was a film script, it would be dubbed
NASA, what's going on right now? That guy was, the missing scientists are they taking themselves out or being taken out one by one every day. But I need for y'all to double tap the face of y'all phone. If you're listening in on your phone, just tap it twice. There's 3 dots at the top right corner. However you need to get there, get there. Either double tapping on your phone. It's free. It don't cost you a thing. It just allows me to continue to go forward. Because I will not give up the tea. I mean, you can find it yourself. But I need for you to double tap the face of your phone device. Or hit the 3 dots at the top right. And hit the thumbs up. I'm going to wait. I've been here an hour and 16 minutes. Let's get them up. That's gonna be some good tea, baby. I need to put my sea salt. Oh, y'all, I found my blade. Oh, my God. I found my blade today. Ooh, I thought I had lost it. And I was like, man, you'll never get... Oh, it's low. I'll never get an... Oh, my God. I'm so happy I found my blade. I found a way to position it on my carry bag. Whew. I miss you, precious. Get the lights up. When I talk about this blade with Scooter, he just, he does not stand this blade. It almost made us lose our flight one time. Miss, y'all get the lights up. If you happen to be listening, I found it. I found it. I found my blade. Yep, I know how to make it pop. Y'all remember that's that Yeah. Come on, y'all, get the lights up. I may have to fight off some demons.
And you absolutely must read it. It reads, quote, Jack Parsons is barely acknowledged on NASA's website, and he's the man who made rockets a reality and co-founded the agency's Jet Propulsion Lab, JPL, home to missions which paved the way for the Apollo programs and continue to explore Mars and outer space today. If Parsons' life story was a film script, it would be dubbed preposterous. He invented jet propulsion technology in the face of industry-wide derision that rockets would never exist, but was also a senior figure in the occult and invited L. Ron Hubbard, yes, L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology, into his confidence and riotous sex parties. Parsons tried to sell his government-funded inventions to Israel before winding up dying at the age of 37 in a self-created explosion, leaving a mass of disturbing materials for his friends to discover. Here's the remarkably twisting tale of his life. So he too, like Aleister Crowley, was just interested in the demonic when he was young. He also liked science fiction. His story begins when he's 14 years old. And as a fan of science fiction, he decides to begin experiments that would eventually shape his life with his school friend named Edward Foreman. The pair took to playing with rockets in Parsons' back garden and soon created their own solid-fueled rockets. It was here that Jack would begin to link science with Satanism. Parsons later claimed he first summoned the devil at age 13 in a terrifying experience. Jack and Ed would later attend and then drop out of college. In 1936, they met a 22-year-old Frank Molina, who was a grad student who shared their passion for defying gravity. When Parsons and Molina met, their enthusiasm for rocketry and space travel bonded them like a Masonic handshake, one writer says. I'm sure it did. Molina helped by getting their research funded by Caltech, and their experiments were quite dangerous. There were a lot of explosions, and so he and his friends became known as the Suicide Squad. They decided to move their experiments into the desert, and this part is just amazing. I'm going to read you a direct quotation here. Once again, Jack's fascinations with the occult and rocketry collided. In the desert lands outside of Caltech, there is a former river channel called Arroyo Seco. It is flanked on both sides by rock, one of which is called Devil's Gate, thanks to its shape of a horned head. Some locals believed the mouth of Arroyo Seco was a portal to other dimensions. But for Parsons, the area had two uses. He tested rockets there, but years later, he would return to conduct ceremonies and rituals with other occultists in the same spot. By golly, guys, what then happens is that on Halloween of all nights in 1936, they have a scientific breakthrough after they accidentally set fire to the oxygen line of their small rocket motor. And although it didn't launch, Molina and his team were enthused. They said this test was successful. He wrote to his parents, and NASA would later consider that experiment, which happened again on Halloween, to be the first rocket experiment of what would later become the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So there was a method to the Suicide Squad's madness. They had created a fuel that would burn cleanly and be stored without exploding. And the scientific community was skeptical, but the U.S. Army saw potential, and they offered to fund the Trios project in 1939. So great. Satanic little cult meets the United States government.
This was before the Zionists.
Thereafter, Jack's credibility in the scientific community soared, and so did his interest in the supernatural and the demonic. He was taken to a meeting of OTO, which stands for the Order of Templi Orientis, an occult society in Los Angeles in 1939, and he became fully engrossed. If you're wondering what OTO is, it was...
Get the lights up, y'all. Is any of this sounding familiar to y'all about what we have been experiencing with the minus the Epstein files, the rituals, the Bohemian Grove, homo, hatred, sacrificing? Hey, Leggy, is any of this sounding familiar? Huh? I just want to know. Are y'all still with me? Hold on, maybe y'all not here. Let me get my plug. I'm about to lose some. Are y'all still with me? Can y'all hear me? Get the lights up. Hey, Richard. It's all a distraction. Because they are actually sacrificing people, and there's a whole bunch of wild, kinky, stuff going on. But I need for y'all to get the lights up. Dang it, I don't know what I just did. Are we back? Hit the like button.
Arroyo Seco. It is flanked on both sides by rock, one of which is called Devil's Gate, thanks to its shape of a horned head. Some locals believed the mouth of Arroyo Seco was a portal to other dimensions. But for Parsons, the area had two uses.
That's why I don't play with that
tested
portal
rockets
stuff.
there, but years later, he would return to conduct ceremonies and rituals with other occultists in the same spot. By golly, guys, what then happens is that on Halloween of all nights in 1936, they have a scientific breakthrough after they accidentally set fire to the oxygen line of their small rocket motor. And although it didn't launch, Melita and his team were enthused. They said this test was successful. He wrote to his parents, and NASA would later consider that experiment, which happened again on Halloween, to be the first rocket experiment of what would later become the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So there was a method to the Suicide Squad's madness. They had created a fuel that would burn cleanly and be stored without exploding. And the scientific community was skeptical, but the U.S. Army saw potential, and they offered to fund the Trios project in 1939. So great. A satanic little cult meets the United States government. Thereafter, Jack's credibility in the scientific community soared, and so did his interest in the supernatural and the demonic. He was taken to a meeting of OTO, which stands for the Order of Templi Orientis, an occult society in Los Angeles in 1939, and he became fully engrossed.
Weird.
If you're wondering what OTO is, it was a group that was formed by and followed the teachings of Aleister Crowley. Again, the heroin-addicted sexual deviant and occultist who was considered the wickedest man in the world by the press in his native England. Parsons went from just reading Crowley's writings to becoming the Beast 666's pen pal. Within a few years, Crowley considered Parsons his American protege. Parsons was barely in his mid-20s, and he was not at all concerned with keeping his personal and professional proclivities separate. The article tells us that the California Tech ran stories at the time that reported that he chanted Crowley's hymn before he lit his rockets. They're just chanting satanic, demonic hymns before they lit these rockets, guys. This is not a joke. This is not a test. This is history that is hiding right under your nose. By 1941, he and his wife, Helen, who he had married 5 years earlier, were indicted into what was known as the Agape Lodge, which was a branch of the church which practiced Crowley's religion of Thelemic magic. Then they came into money. They founded the Aerojet Engineering Corporation, which became the world's largest manufacturer of rockets and propellants. And within 20 years, it had become a $700 million a year business. Parsons was the vice president. A year later, he co-founded the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So now that he's rich, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You've got government contacts, you've got money, you're having sex rituals. Well, he just is going to make the whole demonic sex rituals bigger because obviously it has led to success, summoning demons, believing in Satan. And what he did next was he took out a lease on a mansion in Pasadena's Millionaires Row on Orange Grove Avenue and invited fellow Thelemites to live communally in what was known as the parsonage. This is really kind of the earliest iteration of a hippie commune, if you ask me. And of course, if you've read that book, Chaos, you just are going, OMG, Candace. So what did they do at the parsonage? Well, the parsonage had 10 bedrooms, but its greatest asset, for Parsons at least, according to this article, was its additional 3-bedroom coach house, which became an agape lodge. Commune was self-sufficient, maintaining allotments and livestock to eat and use for blood rituals. Those were the tame events. The blood rituals were the tame events that unfolded at the parsonage. The residents of the Orange Grove made frequent complaints to the police about loud music, drug taking, and the naked pregnant women that were dancing through fire in the garden. This is totally normal stuff, guys.
Oh, so that's just, the Bohemian Grove thing that was in California.
NASA and jet propulsion, you sometimes got to have a naked pregnant woman dancing in the garden through fire. Parsons would greet people at the door with a live snake wrapped around his shoulders.
This also kind of sounds like Diddy stuff, too.
And livestock to eat and use for blood rituals. Those were the tame events. The blood rituals were the tame events that unfolded at the parsonage. The residents of the Orange Grove made frequent complaints to the police about loud music, drug taking, and the naked pregnant women that were dancing through fire in the garden. This is totally normal stuff, guys. It's just, coming up with NASA and jet propulsion, you sometimes got to have a naked pregnant woman dancing in the garden through fire. Parsons would greet people at the door with a live snake wrapped around his shoulders. And when the police would turn up, he would tell them, hey, look, I'm a Caltech scientist. There's no trouble going on here. I'm connected. I'm connected to the government. I've got money. You leave me alone. And I guess they just left him alone.
No
Somehow this is
investigation,
going
no
to
nothing.
get creepier, guys, because in the mid-40s, Jack decided that he wanted to push the times gotta have a naked pregnant woman dancing in the garden through fire. Parsons would greet people at the door with a live snake wrapped around his shoulders. And when the police would turn up, he would tell them, hey, look, I'm a Caltech scientist. There's no trouble going on here. I'm connected. I'm connected to the government. I've got money. You leave me alone. And I guess they just left him alone. Somehow this is going to get creepier, guys, because in the mid-40s, Jack decided that he wanted to push the barriers of his Satanism a little more, pushing the barriers of Thelemic magic to a new level. He wanted to take the spirit of Babylon, the goddess that they worshipped, and instill it into a human being. In short, he wanted to impregnate a woman that he believed to have certain powers, so that she would give birth to a child that would embody the forces of Babylon. So between January and March of 1946, yep, we're coming now to the end of World War II. So think about what Tucker said. Hubbard, again, that's L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology, assisted Parsons in a series of rituals that they called Babylon Working. And on January 18th, a woman named Marjorie Cameron, who had red hair, turned up at the parsonage, and he believed that this is it. This is the Scarlet Woman that he had called forth via his rituals. The moment had arrived.
Oh, he brought her. He brought her.
Rituals that they called Babylon Working. And on January 18th, a woman named Marjorie Cameron, who had Hubbard, again, that's L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology, assisted Parsons in a series of rituals that they called Babylon Working. And on January 18th, a woman named Marjorie Cameron, who had red hair, turned up at the parsonage, and he believed that this is it. This is the Scarlet Woman that he had called forth via his rituals. The moment had arrived. It is done, Parsons told Hubbard. I returned home and found a young woman answering the requirements waiting for me. I thought I had the most morbid imaginations, but it seems I have not. If you're wondering who that redheaded woman was, she was a woman that had been recently discharged from the Navy. She had a free spirit. She happened to have red hair. She was happy to have sex with Parsons because, again, they promoted free
Laura Larry
to impregnate a woman that he believed to have certain powers, so that she would give birth to a child that would embody the forces of Babylon. So between January and March of 1946, yep, we're coming now to the end of World War II. So think about what Tucker said. Hubbard, again, that's L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology, assisted Parsons in a series of rituals that they called Babylon Working. And on January 18th, a woman named Marjorie Cameron, who had red hair, turned up at the parsonage, and he believed that this is it. This is the Scarlet Woman that he had called forth via his rituals. The moment had arrived. It is done, Parsons told Hubbard. I returned home and found a young woman answering the requirements waiting for me. I thought I had the most morbid imaginations, but it seems I have not. If you're wondering who that redheaded woman was, she was a woman that had been recently discharged from the Navy. She had a free spirit. She happened to have red hair. She was happy to have sex with Parsons because, again, they promoted free love. Hubbard was then promoted to a position of high priesthood mere weeks after being exposed to the Thelemic black magic, and he incanted rite and ritual. Some of it he did completely off of the cuff. What was the result? Well, afterwards, on March 6th, Parsons wrote enthusiastically to Aleister Crowley. He wrote, quote, I can hardly tell you or decide how much I want to write. I am under command of extreme secrecy. I have had the most important, devastating experience of my life. Crowley responded to him, writing, quote, you have me completely puzzled by your remark. I thought I had the most morbid imagination, but it seems I have not. I cannot form the slightest idea what you can possibly mean. Well, what Parsons meant was he had created a moon child. That's what they were trying to create, a moon child as their final experiment, creating a child of Babylon. The ending of the story, by the way, which we're coming to, gets a little bit shady. They say that apparently after all of that, after impregnating this woman, after chanting after the sex rituals, after driving this woman forth, that she agreed to have an abortion. Parsons then came under the investigation of the FBI. They believe that he had been planning to give his rocket plans to the newly founded Israeli government in exchange for admission to the country and the chance of a new life abroad. Then he died rather mysteriously, Jack Parsons, in an explosion. Some claim he was suicided, some claim that it was an accident, some claim that he never died and actually he just disappeared. Honestly, we'll never know. We don't need to peddle in conspiracy theory because in this story, truth is stranger than fiction. There you have it, guys. That's the origins of NASA and the program, the Jet Propulsion Program, we're going to make it to space mission. But don't worry, it would be totally crazy for you guys to think that Satan worshipers are still involved in NASA. Obviously, after it got started, they went totally clean. Everything was been above board. Nobody believes in this stuff anymore. And everything's great and everything's normal. And now suddenly, I guess the goals of Aleister Crowley was to create a society that would deceive the entire world. Now suddenly in the West, we don't believe any of this stuff. We look back on that story of a man who dedicated his entire life and an entire religious cult to summoning demons, saying that they had summoned them successfully, that they had experiences with Satan, and they were just being imaginative. Yeah, no. Satan can't possibly be real, right? Instead, what we believe in is science, rationality. And God forbid someone like Candace start talking about the Bible.
Yeah,
oh my God, there she is.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying she doesn't just trust the science. Yeah, I'm saying actually a little bit more than that. I think science has become a bit satanic. They're telling you to do things that are utterly satanic, sacrificing your children in the name of science because it's just a clump of cells. It's getting weird out there. And I'm sorry that I notice. But that's all I'll say on that topic.
Shout out to Candace. What? Project Looking Glass. Oh, hold on. Let's go to Project Looking Glass.
All of these demons seem to be thrashing right now because I think we're all sensing a panic. And it's real, but I also want you to know that it's good. It feels to me like it's the last squeals of a dying demon. The CIA's Looking Glass Project. Now, we briefly touched upon this at the end of last episode. Obviously, I'm a conspiracy girly, and I'm thrilled that we get to dive a little bit deeper on this topic for those of you that don't know. There are, just in general, all of these inexplicable experiences that we have in life, and they try to make it weird for us to discuss them. Like just even being philosophical and thinking about these things for a long time, they don't want that.
He's
Deja
trying to
vu is probably chief among them. We
Trump
all
is trying
have
to
experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, but we already did that.
Things that have already happened, right? Just like the same spot with Reagan. Just too many coincidences, and he's big on rewriting history. Remove these impeachments from the Smithsonian. I mean, just rewriting, taking off my Kennedy name on the building and putting his. They want the arches. He's doing too much rewriting on purpose, staging it. It's all staged, but definitely duplicating. Same hotel, Ronald Reagan, his attempt. All of this, it's just really on purpose. Yeah, it's a movie. A real life movie that is entangling us and trying to eliminate us. So nobody will know the truth because majority of people be gone. Oh, okay. Okay.
Deja vu is probably chief among them. We all have experienced deja vu. We are certain something happened, but we already did that, but it didn't actually happen. You're like, but I feel like it did. Oof, I just got a bad case of deja vu. Well, guess what? There's no official expert explanation for that. Sleep paralysis, for those of us who suffer that, I had some terrifying experiences before I knew what it was. They don't really give us a full explanation for that. Similar, also, another example of things that are inexplicable and maybe somehow related to deja vu, the story of how I met my husband. I've told it many times, how I got engaged 18 days later. No one believes me. They don't want to accept it, except maybe Charlie Kirk, because he was there for it. But I already knew George. That's how I describe it. I saw his face. I know that doesn't make sense, but it happened that way. I looked at my husband's face and I already knew him. It was like a sigh of relief. And yeah, there's other explicable events and things like Charlie telling me that he was going to die young.
Here's how I eat low-carb, high-protein meals every day. These are my lunches this week. Eating carnivore or keto isn't cheap or fast. So
anyway, today we are going to be showing you clips from a YouTube channel called Be Inspired. We're going to link it in the comments as well because they did such a fantastic job of diving into these phenomena and how they likely relate to another shady government CIA program, which came to be known as Project Looking Glass. This actually happened. These were whistleblowers that came out, like with all of these projects. People are in the military, scientists coming out and saying, hey, government has this technology, and
like the
they can
scientists
peer into the
that are
future.
coming up
I'm sorry,
missing or
what? What does that
unalive.
mean? Anyways, the narrator of this channel, who I could not find his name to save my life because there's multiple people that work this channel, but he begins by taking us back to the Y2K scare. You guys remember that? Of course, you remember the Y2K scare. I was actually scared. I was young. I was like, oh my gosh, I just want to die like this. I don't want to die just because it's midnight and it's the year 2000 and they were just kind of pumping all of these fear into us. Anyway, let's jump right into this clip.
Let's start with Y2K. In the final months of 1999, there was a global concern that computer systems would fail when the date switched to the year 2000. All the software used only 2 digits to record years, so 2 nils might be read as 1900, potentially disrupting banks,
credit cards, and ATMs may cease to function.
Power grids, airlines,
airplanes, and trains may come to a halt.
Governments and corporations spent over $300 billion updating systems. It was one of the largest coordinated tech efforts in history. People stocked food, withdrew cash, and prepared for the worst. But when midnight came, almost nothing happened. The systems held, the world moved on. Still, that global moment left an imprint. Some view it as a psychological turning point, the end of the analog age and the quiet beginning of a fully digital world. From that point on, life accelerated. Culture, communication, and consciousness shifted onto screens, fast, constant, and increasingly disconnected from physical time. Some researchers believe Y2K wasn't about a bug at all, but a kind of global psychological reset, a ritual of fear, distraction, and silence. The code may not have crashed, but something else may have been triggered. Our perception of time and reality. After something strange started happening online, people began noticing memories that didn't match reality. The most famous? The Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as Berenstain with an E, but every book says Berenstain with an A, and that's just the beginning.
If you're running a simulation, and you go back and you change some variables and you rerun the simulation,
every book says Berenstain with an A, and the change started happening online. People began noticing memories that didn't match reality. The most famous? The Berenstain Bears. Millions remember it as Berenstain with an E, but every book says Berenstain with an A, and that's just the beginning.
If you're running a simulation, and you go back and you change some variables and you rerun the simulation, lots of little things could be different along the way, right? You have many different possible paths.
You have glitches in the matrix.
Exactly. You're now on this timeline, but you remember. You have like a deja vu, or you have like a weird memory.
Movie quotes, logos, product names, all different than we remember. Entire groups of people swearing something changed with no explanation. It became known as the Mandela effect, named after people who remembered Nelson Mandela dying in prison years before he actually did. What could cause something like this?
Are you familiar with the Mandela effect? Yeah, of course. Millions of people remember certain events that never happened. And so how do you explain that? As we go through our conscious progression, as we raise consciousness, the way we perceive the world, and therefore all that will exist in our world, will morph to that new resonance as a sympathetic resonance. So certain aspects of the old world will just no longer exist. And so we can still have a phantom memory of those experiences, whether it's like Jiffy peanut butter or Luke, I am your father, which he never said that, right? All these things like that, that literally just like fall out of your new frequency. Because everything in your world around you, including time itself, is retrocausal. The world around you that is no longer fitting your frequency will disintegrate and dissolve.
Okay, so I'm not trying to start a world war in the comment section today, but Pikachu had black at the end of his tail. Obviously, I don't know when they hit delete on that button, but he definitely had black at the end of his tail. Some of these things just don't make any sense to me, and it's just amazing that we just sort of accept it and we just keep moving on. And we start asking questions, they try to paint you with, no, don't ask the questions, just keep going on. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend that, there was no cornucopia. Anyways, this brings us obviously to the CIA's project Looking Glass. Essentially, there were these whistleblowers, like I told you, in the military and within the CIA apparatus that came forward to reveal that the deep state had a technology, which they stole, of course. Please do not miss the part that I keep explaining to you. These people are not smarter than you. They're just more evil. They steal, they plunder, and they steal things, and then they rewrite history and pretend that they were geniuses. Anyways, they have a knack for murder, they have a knack for theft, and this time, just like a lot of times before, they stole a device from the ancient Sumerian civilization that's located in modern day Iraq. Very advanced civilization. They're obsessed also with Egyptian civilization, as we discussed yesterday. The Satanists kind of taking and reintroducing these things. First, they keep them to themselves, they hoard these things, and then they kind of give us certain aspects of technology as time goes on. So they steal this piece of technology and they incorporate it into a computer, and suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes. Just imagine the deep state being able to look into a glass, so to speak. The Sumerian culture was known for their advancement in glass, and to see different outcomes. I mean, the amount of power that you would have, and then also fathom in your mind that the people that are Satanists have this power.
Okay.
Take a listen.
This is where things take a turn. Because according to Bill Wood, a former Navy SEAL with high-level clearance, the US military once had access to a device called Project Looking Glass, a technology that could supposedly view potential future timelines.
The project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. The timelines converge on that point in time. When you know how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities works, and how making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice couldn't exist at the same time. But once you get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make.
Okay, so is that certainly 2012 in your understanding?
It's well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
timelines. All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future.
And after that, they shut it all down. Now ask yourself, why would a system like that be buried, and what exactly did they see? Because this isn't just about false memories or tech. It might explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial, like we're on rails in a version of reality that wasn't meant to last this long. And if you think that's wild, wait until you hear what else Looking Glass may have revealed. So what exactly did they see with Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers, including Bill Wood and other interviewed by Project Camelot, every time they ran the device, no matter what variables they changed, all future timelines converged to a single fixed point. That point, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, the future became unpredictable. No more branch explain why everything since 1999 feels frozen and artificial, like we're on rails in a version of reality that wasn't meant to last this long. And if you think that's wild, wait until you hear what else Looking Glass may have revealed. So what exactly did they see with Looking Glass? According to multiple whistleblowers, including Bill Wood and other interviewed by Project Camelot, every time they ran the device, no matter what variables they changed, all future timelines converged to a single fixed point. That point, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, the future became unpredictable. No more branching outcomes, just a wall.
After 13 years, I did not expect to be acting like a girlfriend again, but here we are. Thank you, Blue Chew Gold.
So it's super interesting that they couldn't see beyond 2012, or rather they could see beyond 2012, but maybe things became inevitable. That was backed up, by the way, by a lot of different things. Mayan civilization, the calendar, remember that whole scare? Why doesn't the calendar go beyond? So you arrive at this point and you wonder, what is this, right? Suddenly these people who are evil are no longer allowed or able to control outcomes, essentially. Or perhaps, so maybe they did see something beyond 2012, but no matter what they did, they couldn't change the outcome of that thing that they saw beyond 2012. So it wasn't so much the future couldn't be predicted, but rather that they couldn't change it, like something was coming. That's how it kind of feels to me. When I just examine everything that's going on, there is this panic, like evil is panicking right now, and they're making a lot of mistakes because they're no longer in control. And I would also add here that one of the things that I've noticed is that they're trying to turn us all, again, maybe this is their solution, where they're going, okay, what are we going to do? We can't change the outcome. Maybe we can just turn everybody into a computer program, like they want us all to be the same. They seem to get really angry when we behave like humans. Like that's one of the things they're trying to triumph is our humanity. We talked about this a lot with the Charlie Kirk story, the reaction, how we felt icky, but they were like, what's wrong with you? How dare you feel icky? How dare you not like this? Don't you know this is what he would want? It's like their inability to defeat our humanity is angering to them. Now, something that was crucial, which was revealed about Project Looking Glass, was that the people who were in the room while this device was being operated, their conscious thoughts impacted the device, okay? So just imagine this. What they were thinking in the moment was changing future outcomes. Thoughts influenced future outcomes. That piece is super relevant to what we're going to discuss. And obviously that's pretty reminiscent of one of the themes of The Matrix. I just am going to assume everybody's seen that movie. If not, you should watch it because it was way ahead of its time. And he is going to connect that dot here. Take a listen.
So what exactly did Project Looking Glass reveal, and why was it quietly shut down? The people involved began noticing something strange. No matter what variables they used, the results kept showing the same future, a point where all possible timelines seemed to merge. That moment, somewhere between 2012 and 2016. After that, everything became unclear, like the future couldn't be read anymore. This brings us back to 1999. A year that might have marked more than just the turn of a century. It's also when The Matrix was released. At the time, it was seen as just another sci-fi movie, but looking back, it feels like something more.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo.
The film introduced a powerful idea, that the world we experience might not be what it seems, that reality could be shaped or even simulated without us knowing. And once you start asking questions, things begin to change. That idea resonates deeply with what many have felt since the early 2000s. The time feels different, but the future doesn't feel open the way it once did. Almost like things are repeating themselves. The same cycles, the same events, showing up again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers everywhere, like 1111, 2000s. The time feels different, but the future doesn't feel open the way it once did. Almost like things are repeating themselves. The same cycles, the same events, showing up again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers everywhere, like 1111, 222, 444, almost like little glitches or signals hidden in everyday life. And strangely enough, this idea of patterns repeating, of cycles you can't escape, lines up with what Looking Glass operators allegedly encountered. The sensation that the future was already written and that all paths lead to the same outcome. Fast forward to 2012, some whistleblowers claim that a confidential briefing took place where certain agencies acknowledged the shift, a kind of convergence in human potential. This document, released by the CIA, explores consciousness as something that...
Can I get y'all to hit the three dots at the top right corner of your device? I need for y'all to hit those three dots and then hit the thumbs up for me. Ooh-wee. I hear people always talk about those certain numbers. I have a different type of... sometimes I can see like, so you know how Facebook will do the memory, and it could be 5 years ago or last year, and it could either be the color I have on that day, or like my fingernail polish that I had on however long ago, and that particular day will be the same. It's just those little coincidences like that. I was like, wait a minute. And how I kind of processed it in my head is, oh Lord, I don't even know why I look at it like this. But the world has to be going around for things to keep coming back around. In order for it to come around, the world has to be round. I don't know why I looked at it like that. But if it repeats itself, if things repeat itself, situations repeat, then that means that it's coming back full circle. It has to be round. Now, why I equate that to flat earth? Yeah, because if the world's not round, how do things come back around? If it was flat, it would fall off, right? I don't know why I looked at it like that. I don't know why. But now that we're talking about this, that's how I equate it. How does it come back around if the world is flat? It can't. It cannot come back around if the world is flat. It's just no way. It's just no way. It can't recycle. It can't come back. Time repeats itself. Not if the world is flat. It falls off. And where do it fall off? That's in Antarctica. I mean, how do we know that? How is it spinning in space? No. Yeah, that's how I equate that. That coincidence of stuff coming back around, everything repeats itself, then it has to be round. Let's go.
Patterns repeating of cycles you can't escape lines up with what Looking Glass operators allegedly encountered. The same events showing up again and again. Some people even report seeing repeating numbers everywhere, like 1111, 222, 444, almost like little glitches or signals hidden in everyday life. And strangely enough, this idea of patterns repeating, of cycles you can't escape, lines up with what Looking Glass operators allegedly encountered. The sensation that the future was already written and that all paths lead to the same outcome. Fast forward to 2012, some whistleblowers claimed that a confidential briefing took place where certain agencies acknowledged the shift, a kind of convergence in human potential. This document, released by the CIA, explores consciousness as something that can move through time, even outside of the physical world. It discusses remote viewing, timelines, and the nature of reality itself. Now, connect that to the Matrix, and the overlap becomes hard to ignore. Maybe it wasn't just a movie. Maybe it was the first time the system gave us a glimpse behind the curtain. And if that's the case, what else have we been shown without realizing it?
Okay, lots to unpack there. First, I'm going to say,
well, we know that shooting thing the other day
the script for the
has
Matrix
happened.
was stolen, allegedly.
What was stolen?
That vaginal estrogen is only for vaginal dryness, that it's local only and can't help the rest of your body.
What did she say was stolen? Hold on.
Now, going back to Looking Glass and them shutting...
Shown without realizing it.
Okay, lots to unpack there. First, I'm going to say, just regarding the movie The Matrix, you should look into how even the script for The Matrix was stolen, allegedly. Now, going back to Looking Glass and them shutting down this project and not being able to edit whatever it was, we obviously cannot know for certain what it is they saw when they peered through into this Looking Glass. But I do have a general sense that they're trying to edit its inevitability with ill-guided lawfare and warfare, and what I think is that our collective awareness is a threat. I think everybody peeking their heads up is making them increasingly more frantic. It's like they know we're barreling toward some foregone conclusion, and they have spent decades trying to stop that, trying to prevent that. And when I think about what it is, right, I just consider their general obsessions and their general triggers. They are positively obsessed with the Antichrist. I mean, like people like Peter Thiel, he's like going around giving interviews asking about the Antichrist. That's kind of the entire drift, by the way, of the AI world. When I say, look at these people, I don't like their eyes. Something disturbs me. They mock that, take me out of a clip. Oh my gosh, I don't care. I have spiritual discernment. Something about the entire AI movement feels wrong.
Absolutely.
And come on, what am I wrong? Am I wrong? Sam Altman, all of them. And they are, no, you can trust us. It's like they want us all to become automated so that we can be more easily controlled. What they're going to do, okay, we can't control the outcomes. Let's just control where we're at. Let's control every single person in the world and make everything AI so that if we want to, they won't discover history. We can just delete files entirely. Nobody will be reading books anymore. The kids will be stupid. We can just wipe history.
No homework.
I'm
hearing no homework no more.
Books. And maybe I could say this is 1A, but they also seem to be similarly obsessed with trying to make everyone turn against Christ. I mean, that push over the last couple of years, Christ is king is hateful. You shouldn't even be saying that. Why? That's a weird triggering that no one expected. No one should say that. It's anti-Semitic, whatever. Producing reports about Christ is king. Is that not just a waste of money? Why did they do that? Let me just revisit that. Why did they do that? They produced a report and brought in doctors to assert why Christ is king is wrong. That's weird, guys.
Very weird.
And that's a triggering, by the way, that has been going on for a long time. It's the very reason they set about removing the Bible from the classroom, creating Hollywood in general, which was supposed to mirror Babylonian culture, training us to worship stars. They wanted to establish this neo-paganism. They also wanted to make it so that future generations would think atheism was cool. That was by and large successful. It was a period of time where I thought that atheism was cool. But why? Why this push? Well, I think the obvious answer.
She thought atheism was cool.
They are.
Oh, she was deep.
They produced a report and brought in doctors.
She was deeply into the cult.
Why Christ is king is wrong. That's weird, guys. And that's a triggering, by the way, that has been going on for a long time. It's the very reason they set about removing the Bible from the classroom, creating Hollywood in general, which was supposed to mirror Babylonian culture, training us to worship stars. They wanted to establish this neo-paganism. They also wanted to make it so that future generations would think atheism was cool. That was by and large successful. It was a period of time where I thought that atheism was cool. But why? Why this push? Well, I think the obvious answer.
Why did you think it was cool?
They are certain, actually, that God is real. That's what they're fighting. They're fighting God.
I believe that.
They know he's real. And that should be refreshing to you. Like, God's obviously real, or would they be spending all this time trying to convince us that he wasn't?
Absolutely.
Right? Do you spend all of your time
trying to
convince people that this is something is fiction?
I speak that all the time for the ones who say, yo, that God, that Jesus Christ, that. Oh, the devil knows that it's real. And if you want to continue to act like it ain't, then you're going to wind up with the devil. Because one thing is for sure. Satan knows that Jesus is real. And what he says is true. That is a fact. So you can play them little mind games and want to be of the world if you want to. You can play yourself dumb, or you can play them games, or it's just for entertainment if you want to. That is a rebellious spirit. You are absolutely right. I don't believe in the devil either. Okay. How you think you got here? Your mom and daddy, how they get here? And so on and so on. One thing is for sure, we did not create ourselves. But carry on. Jesus is real. I know.
Creating Hollywood in general, which was supposed to mirror Babylonian culture, training us to worship stars. They wanted to establish this neo-paganism. They also wanted to make it so that future generations would think atheism was cool. That was by and large successful. It was a period of time where I thought that atheism was cool. But why? Why this push? Well, I think the obvious answer is because...
Did you know that 95% of girls in the most disadvantaged communities in rural Africa never...
They are certain, actually, that God is real. That's who they're fighting. Fighting God at all times. They know he's real. And that should be refreshing to you. Like, God's obviously real, or would they be spending all this time trying to convince us that he wasn't? Right? Do you spend all of your time trying to convince people that this is something is fiction? No, they're terrified of that. Or they wouldn't, they're open Satanists, as we showed you guys yesterday. They're trying to foster a culture of demonic idolatry. Think about this. I lost a job, in part, for saying that pornography is a spiritual weapon against men, and that we needed to look into the history of pornography. Huh? What that should signal to you is that their power relies on us being distracted, on us being focused on carnal desires, right? Entirely living of the flesh. Like Tim Dillon said, the amenities, the pool, the new restaurant. Oh, look, there's a new celebrity over here. Yeah, so the threat is us being aware that spiritual evil exists. That's what they're afraid of. It's why they insist on this constant stream of pornography, filthy music, all of it. Because if it is true, as it's been reported by various whistleblowers, that our thoughts could impact future events, then what would happen if we all started focusing on goodness, eternal goodness, God? Yeah, I think that's the very reason that all of these demons seem to be thrashing right now. And yeah, I just wanted to dive into that project because I think we're all sensing a panic. And it's real, but I also want you to know that it's good. So that seems crazy. You're like, no, everybody's out of control. It feels like things are getting dangerous. Yeah, but it feels to me like it's the last squeals of a dying demon.
Ooh-wee. Satanic spaceship. Okay, let's get back over here. Whew.
I want to start tonight with a number. $10.6 trillion. That is not the national debt. That is not the entire American economy. That is the estimated cost to the global economy of a war between the United States and China.
She leveled up. Hi, cowboy.
$10.6 trillion in 1 year.
More abundant
to put that
life.
in perspective, the entire COVID-19 pandemic cost the global economy an estimated $12 to $13 trillion over 3 years. The 2007 to 2009 global financial crisis, the worst economic collapse since the Great Depression,
and that was Trump,
cost roughly $10 trillion globally over 2 years. A U.S.-China war over Taiwan would exceed both of those in year one. Now, Bloomberg Economics published this analysis in February of this year. They modeled 5 different scenarios for how U.S.-China tensions over Taiwan could unfold, from full-scale war to peaceful resolution. And in the worst-case scenario, the numbers they produced should make every American stop and think very carefully about where U.S.-China relations are heading right now and what the current trajectory means for your savings account, your retirement, your job, your mortgage, your life. Stay with me tonight because this is the most important financial story most Americans are not thinking about clearly. And I have spent 50 years in and around the decisions that shape this relationship I normalized relations with China in the 1990s. I negotiated China's entry into the World Trade Organization. I understand this relationship at a level that I think most of the commentary about it does not reach. And tonight I want to share that understanding with you, clearly, honestly, without the spin in either direction. Because here's the truth. A war between the United States and China is not inevitable. I genuinely believe that. But the conditions that make it more likely are being created right now. And the American people deserve to understand what a more likely catastrophe actually looks like before it arrives. Let me start with Taiwan, because you cannot understand this story without understanding Taiwan. Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, located 110 miles off the coast of mainland China. It has been self-governing since 1949, when the Chinese nationalist government retreated there after losing the civil war to Mao's communist forces. For the last 75 years, it has operated as a de facto independent democracy, with its own government, its own military, its own economy, its own currency, its own foreign relations, while Beijing has maintained that Taiwan is a province of China that will eventually be reunified by force if necessary. The United States has maintained a policy called strategic ambiguity for 50 years. We recognize only one China. We do not officially recognize Taiwan as an independent country, but we sell Taiwan weapons. We maintain unofficial diplomatic relations, and we have implied, without committing, that we would defend Taiwan if China attacked. Strategic ambiguity. For 50 years, it has prevented a war by making China uncertain enough about what America would do that the risk calculation has never clearly favored invasion. But here is what is changing. And this is the dimension that I think most Americans are not fully absorbing. China's military capability has grown dramatically in the last decade. The People's Liberation Army Navy is now the largest navy in the world by number of ships. China has deployed hypersonic missiles that can hit moving targets at sea. China has built artificial islands in the South China Sea and militarized them. China has been conducting increasingly aggressive military exercises around Taiwan, more aggressive, more frequent, larger in scale every year. And simultaneously, America's military is stretched in ways it was not 10 years ago. The Iran war has consumed a third of America's Tomahawk cruise missile stockpile. It has consumed half of our THAAD and Patriot interceptor missiles. The weapons that would be needed to defend Taiwan are the same weapons that have been expended in the Middle East. China is watching that carefully now. I am not predicting a Chinese invasion of Taiwan tomorrow or next year. I am telling you that the conditions that make it more likely than it was 5 years ago exist right now. And the American people deserve to think clearly about what that means for their financial lives before it happens, not after. So let me walk you through the economics specifically, because the Bloomberg analysis gives us a roadmap. The first and most immediate economic consequence of a U.S.-China conflict would be semiconductors. And I want to spend some time on this because I think most Americans do not fully understand how completely dependent the modern economy is on Taiwan's chip manufacturing. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC, is the single most important manufacturing company in the world. Not the most valuable, the most important. Because TSMC produces approximately 90% of the world's most advanced semiconductors, the 5 nanometer and below chips that go into everything that runs artificial intelligence, everything that runs the newest iPhones, everything that runs the most advanced weapon systems, everything that runs the cloud computing infrastructure that underpins the modern global economy. 90% from one island 110 miles off the coast of China now. What happens to that production if China invades Taiwan? In the best case, TSMC shuts down operations before Chinese forces can seize the facilities. The chips stop being produced, and the global economy goes into withdrawal from its most essential input. About 18% of global automakers' semiconductor needs are fulfilled by Taiwan. Bloomberg estimated that up to 1.9 million vehicles could be at risk for BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Volkswagen alone in the first year. 1.9 million cars, just for 3 German companies. Because the chips that run their vehicles come from an island that is now a war zone. Your car, your next car, the computer inside every modern vehicle, the sensors, the safety systems, the navigation, the engine management systems, all of them depended on chips that are produced in facilities that would be destroyed or captured in a U.S.-China conflict. The American automobile industry, which employs roughly 10 million Americans directly and indirectly, would face a supply chain crisis that would make the pandemic-era chip shortage look minor. And it is not just cars. Think about everything in your life that has a computer chip in it. Your phone, your laptop, your refrigerator, your washing machine, the medical equipment in your hospital, the systems that run your local power grid, the avionics in every commercial airplane, all of them dependent on semiconductor supply chains that route through Taiwan, all of them disrupted in the first weeks of a conflict. Now, here is the second channel of economic destruction: trade. The United States and China are each other's most significant trading partners. In 2025, U.S.-China trade totaled roughly $650 billion. $650 billion in goods flowing back and forth between the two countries every single year. In the event of a war, that trade stops, not slows, stops. Because you cannot maintain commercial trade relationships with a country you are at war with. You cannot have container ships sailing between American ports and Chinese ports while American and Chinese warships are shooting at each other. The goods that come from China, the electronics, the clothing, the furniture, the toys, the components that go into American manufactured products, the pharmaceuticals, the rare earth minerals that are essential for clean energy technology and defense systems alike. All of it stops flowing. And simultaneously, the goods that America sells to China, agricultural products, Boeing aircraft, American software, American financial services, American commodities, all of that stops flowing too. The Bloomberg analysis estimates that U.S. GDP would fall by roughly 2.6% in the first year of a conflict. 2.6%. To put that in context, the 2008 financial crisis saw U.S. GDP fall by 0.1% in the first year. 2.6% is a severe recession by any historical standard. The kind of recession that costs millions of jobs, that collapses retirement accounts, that produces foreclosures and bankruptcies and business closures across every sector of the American economy from one conflict in 1 year. Now, let me talk about something that I think is even less understood than the semiconductor and trade impacts, and that is the financial market dimension. China holds approximately $760 billion in United States Treasury bonds. $760 billion. In the event of a conflict, what does China do with that $760 billion in American debt? The answer depends on the specific circumstances, but let me give you the scenario that keeps financial analysts awake at night. China does not have to sell those treasury bonds all at once. It does not have to trigger an immediate crisis. It just has to signal to the market that it is considering using those holdings as a weapon. That signal alone would be enough to push U.S. Treasury yields dramatically higher, which means the cost of American government borrowing goes up, which means the national debt becomes more expensive to service, which means the government has less money for everything else. Defense, social programs, infrastructure, everything. And higher Treasury yields have a direct effect on your mortgage rate, your car loan rate, your credit card interest rate, your business loan rate, everything that is priced off the risk-free rate of Treasury bonds, which is everything. Bloomberg modeled a scenario where global financial markets lose roughly 10% of their value in the first month of a U.S.-China conflict. 10% of global financial markets in 1 month. Your 401k, your pension, your retirement savings, your college fund for your kids, 10% in 30 days, before the first tariff is imposed, before the first trade route is shut down, before the first semiconductor factory goes dark, just from the market shock of the conflict beginning. Now, here is something I want to make sure every American understands, because I think the conventional wisdom about a U.S.-China conflict gets this wrong. Most people assume that in the U.S.-China conflict, America wins economically because China is more dependent on trade with the West than the West is dependent on trade with China. And there is truth to that. China's annual exports account for roughly 20% of its GDP. America's exports account for roughly 10% of its GDP. China has more to lose from trade disruption in percentage terms. But here's what that analysis misses. The kind of pain matters as much as the quantity of pain. China's leadership is an authoritarian system that does not face elections, that does not have to answer to voters who are paying more for groceries next month. America's leadership is a democracy that faces midterm elections in November 2026, that has to answer to voters at the pump, at the grocery store, at the mortgage payment every month. In a prolonged economic confrontation with China, the question is not just who loses more economically, it is who loses more politically. And authoritarian systems that do not face elections have a different relationship with economic pain than democracies that answer to voters every 2 and 4 years. That asymmetry is one of China's most significant strategic advantages. And it is one that I think American policymakers consistently underestimate. Now, let me tell you about what is actually happening right now. In 2026, that makes this scenario more relevant than most Americans realize. First, the Iran war has depleted America's missile stockpile in ways that directly affect Taiwan's defense. The weapon systems that would be needed to defend Taiwan in a conflict with...
I need for y'all to hit the like button. I'm going to pause for a few minutes, let y'all get that right on together. Double tap the face of your phone or hit the 3 dots at the top right corner. Only one person has hit it. I'm going to pause until y'all get that on together. Double tap the face on your phone. Like tap my nose 2 times. Yeah, that. Or hit the 3 dots at the top right corner. Yeah, hit those hearts on the side. I mean, do something. Send a super chat. $, not a super chat. I'm talking about a cash app. Yeah, that one. $. AUNTEAFEE. Get it popping. Do something. I don't know what to tell you, but I need those likes up. Come on, y'all. Y'all can do it. You can. I used to tell Scooter, you can do it. You can do it. No, that's what he used to tell me. I can do it. I can do it. Ooh, Lord, I hope he ain't listening. Double tap the face of your phone. Tap my nose. Tap, tap. Or hit those three dots. Come on. He telling us things that we need to hear. So I need for y'all to get excited about hearing what's going on, because you know Trump don't want us to know. We can all agree on that. He does not want us to know the truth. He is going out of his way to change the narrative on purpose. On purpose. Y'all got them up yet? Is it time for me to return? Do we remember where I left off? Hit them hearts on the side. Do something. Send a cash out right there. I just posted it. $ AUNTEAFEE. You know YouTube is demonetizing. A mass demonetization. So support the platform. Oh baby, you see that? You see that cup in my hand? I can shut it down. Whoo. Y'all ready?
And I learned this the hard way. Coalitions don't survive on obedience. They survive on... She expected, reasonably I think, that loyalty would be a two-way street.
Oh no, that's not the one I was on. I was on another one. Yeah, she thought she had loyalty on a two-way street, but lost it on a lonely highway. That wasn't it. Where was I at? Ooh, right here. Okay, let's go. I backed it up a little bit.
Analysis misses. The kind of pain matters as much as the quantity of pain. China's leadership is an authoritarian system that does not face elections, that does not have to answer to voters who are paying more for groceries next month. America's leadership is a democracy that faces midterm elections in November 2026, that has to answer to voters at the pump, at the grocery store, at the mortgage payment every month. In a prolonged economic confrontation with China, the question is not just who loses more economically, it is who loses more politically. And authoritarian systems that do not face elections have a different relationship with economic pain than democracies that answer to voters every 2 and 4 years. That asymmetry is one of China's most significant strategic advantages. And it is one that I think American policymakers consistently underestimate. Now, let me tell you about what is actually happening right now. In 2026, that makes this scenario more relevant than most Americans realize. First, the Iran war has depleted America's missile stockpile in ways that directly affect Taiwan's defense. The weapon systems that would be needed to defend Taiwan in a conflict with China are the same categories of systems that have been consumed in the Iran war. Long-range precision strike missiles, air defense interceptors. The Congressional Research Service has noted that replenishing those stockpiles will take time, and that time window of reduced readiness is visible to Chinese military planners who are watching the Iran war very carefully. Second, Taiwan's own defense is in political deadlock. The American Enterprise Institute and the Institute for the Study of War confirmed this month that Taiwan's opposition parties are blocking a $40 billion defense budget that would fund 200,000 unmanned systems and an integrated air and missile defense network. The opposition parties, the KMT and the Taiwan People's Party, are limiting the budget to $12 billion and cutting the drone procurement entirely. Taiwan is making it harder to defend itself. At the exact moment, China's capability is growing, and America's stockpiles are depleted. Third, America's allies in the Asia-Pacific are hedging. The Philippines, which is critical to any U.S. defense of Taiwan because of its geography, is considering a reset in relations with China, specifically to address an energy emergency caused by the Iran war. Because the Philippines needs energy, and China can provide it. And America is occupied in the Middle East. The Philippines is an American treaty ally, and it is considering pivoting toward China because of the Iran war energy crisis. South Korea, another American treaty ally, is avoiding anything that might anger China because of its trade dependence. Japan's prime minister made statements about potentially using military force in a Taiwan contingency. And China has been using rare earth export restrictions to pressure Japan to retract those statements. America's Pacific Alliance system is under strain from multiple directions simultaneously. Now, I want to tell you what I think needs to happen, because I am not here just to describe the risk. I believe in offering honest paths forward. First, replenish the missile stockpiles as fast as possible. The depletion of Tomahawks and THAAD interceptors in the Iran war was a strategic cost that extends far beyond the Middle East. China sees those numbers. The production timeline for replacing those weapons is years, not months. Congress needs to authorize the emergency production funding that closes that gap as fast as industrially possible. Second, engage Taiwan's political system on defense funding. The deadlock in Taiwan's legislature over the defense budget is not just Taiwan's problem, it is America's problem. Because if Taiwan is not adequately defended, the cost of defending it falls entirely on American forces. American diplomatic engagement with Taiwan needs to include direct, serious conversation about why the $40 billion defense budget with the drone procurement matters and why the opposition parties blocking it are creating strategic risk. Third, maintain and strengthen the Pacific Alliance system. Japan, South Korea, Australia, the Philippines, and the other democracies of the Indo-Pacific are the foundation of any strategy to deter Chinese aggression. Every action that strains those alliances, every tariff imposed on an ally, every signal that America's commitments are conditional increases the probability of the scenario we are trying to prevent. Alliance management is not soft diplomacy, it is hard deterrence. Fourth, engage China directly and consistently on Taiwan. The most dangerous scenario is one where China miscalculates, where Xi Jinping concludes that America is too distracted, too depleted, too divided to respond to a Taiwan move. Direct, sustained, senior-level engagement that makes clear what American red lines are and what the consequences of crossing them would be is the most effective deterrence available. And fifth, reduce semiconductor concentration risk. The 90% dependence on Taiwan for the world's most advanced chips is a strategic vulnerability that existed before the current tensions and will outlast whatever happens in the next few years. The CHIPS Act investment in American semiconductor manufacturing is the right policy direction. It needs sustained funding and sustained commitment across administrations. Because the transition from 90% Taiwan dependence to something more distributed will take a decade at minimum. Now, let me close with something personal, because I think it matters. I normalized relations with China in 1998. I negotiated China's entry into the World Trade Organization in 2000. At the time, I believed, and I said publicly, that integrating China into the global economic system would create conditions for China to become a more open and more democratic society over time. That was the theory. History has rendered a complicated verdict on it. China became more prosperous. It became more powerful. But it did not become more democratic. It became, under Xi Jinping, more authoritarian, more nationalistic, more willing to use its economic power as a coercive weapon against its neighbors and its trading partners. I have thought about that a great deal in the years since I left office. And what I have concluded is not that engagement was wrong. It is that engagement without clear-eyed assessment of what engagement produces is insufficient. That economic interdependence creates leverage, but leverage runs in both directions. That you cannot build a relationship with a country based entirely on the hope that prosperity will produce democratic values. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. And when it does not, the interdependence that was supposed to be a bridge becomes a vulnerability. $760 billion in American Treasury bonds, $300 billion in annual trade, 90% of the world's advanced semiconductor production on a disputed island 110 miles from China's coast. Those are the structures of interdependence that I helped build. And they are now also the structures of vulnerability that a U.S.-China conflict would exploit. I am not saying those structures were mistakes. I am saying they require clear-eyed management from leaders who understand what is at stake, who understand the economics as well as the geopolitics, who understand that $10.6 trillion in year one is not an abstraction. It is your job, your retirement, your mortgage, your child's college fund. The stakes of getting U.S.-China policy right are not confined to Taiwan. They reach directly into every American kitchen, every American savings account, every American family's financial future. Pay attention to this relationship, not just to the military dimensions, to the economic ones, to the semiconductor ones, to the trade ones, to the financial market ones, because the warning signs of where it is heading are visible right now for those who know how to read them. And right now, in April of 2026, with America's missile stockpiles depleted and Taiwan's defense budget deadlocked and the Philippines hedging and China breaking the Iran blockade with impunity and Trump saying we have all the cards while the Strait of Hormuz is mined, I am reading the warning signs. And I want to start tonight by saying something clearly. And I want every American watching, regardless of your party, regardless of how you feel about this president, to hear it.
Get the lights
What
up,
happened
y'all.
last night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was wrong. It was an act of political violence. And political violence has no place in this democracy. None. Full stop. President Trump was not harmed. Melania Trump was not harmed. The cabinet members present were not harmed.
Lights
A
up,
Secret
please.
Service officer was shot. The bullet struck his protective vest. He was released from the hospital. He is, in the president's own words, doing great. I am glad. I am genuinely glad now. I also want to say something else, because I believe in honesty even when it is uncomfortable. This is not the first time someone has tried to harm this president. He survived a near miss in Butler, Pennsylvania in 2024. He survived another attempt before that, and now this. And I have to tell you something, not as a Democrat, not as someone who has profound disagreements with this president's policies, but as someone who served in that office, who understands what it means to carry the weight of that position. No president of the United States should have to fear for his life at a dinner in his own capital city. No first lady, no cabinet secretary, no journalist covering the event, no Secret Service officer doing his job. The suspect has been identified as Cole Tomas Allen, 31 years old, from California, armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. He charged a security checkpoint. Secret Service agents opened fire. He was taken down. He is in custody. He will face charges. What his motivation was, I am not going to speculate tonight, because speculation before the facts are established is exactly the kind of thing that makes the environment that produces this violence worse. What I am going to do tonight is talk about the environment, because I think the environment is the story, not just this specific incident, the environment that makes these incidents more likely, more frequent, more severe. And what that environment says about where this country is right now, stay with me, because we have important things to cover tonight. And I am going to give you both the breaking story and the context that I think you need to fully understand it. Let me start with what actually happened last night, because the sequence of events matters. The White House Correspondents Association dinner is an annual tradition. It has been held since 1921. Presidents and journalists and public figures gathering for an evening that has always represented something important about American democracy. The idea that even adversaries in public life, even the president and the press corps that covers him critically, can sit in the same room, can share a meal, can even share a laugh in a country secure enough in its democratic institutions that such evenings are possible. Last night, that tradition was shattered. Trump was rushed off stage. Secret Service agents drew weapons in the ballroom. Guests were evacuated from the back of the hotel through service corridors. Journalists who had been covering the event turned their cameras on the chaos around them. And a man with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives was taken down at a security checkpoint outside. Now, I want to read you something that Republican Senator Lindsey Graham said last night, because I think it is important and because it came from someone who has been one of this president's most consistent supporters. Graham said, "The only thing I'm certain of is that the times in which we live are creating a stream of threats that are unprecedented against President Trump and other government officials." He said, "Let's all pray for calmer waters and try to be part of the solution, not the problem." Calmer waters, part of the solution. Now, I want to talk about what calmer waters actually looks like, because I do not think we get there by pretending the current waters are calm. And I do not think we get there by assigning blame for political violence exclusively to one side of the political spectrum. I have watched American political violence for 50 years. I watched cities burn in the 1960s. I watched political assassinations reshape this country's history. I watched Oklahoma City. I watched the Capitol on January 6th. I watched the attempted assassination of Trump and Butler, and I have learned something from all of it. Political violence does not emerge from nowhere. It emerges from environments, from rhetoric, from the accumulated weight of a political culture that is normalized, treating political opponents as enemies rather than adversaries, that has told its followers that the stakes are so high, the other side so dangerous, the situation so dire, that extraordinary measures may be necessary, that has used the language of war and destruction and elimination and political discourse so routinely that it has lost its shock value. I am not saying any specific politician caused last night's attack. I genuinely do not know what motivated Cole Tomas Allen. I do not know his political beliefs. I do not know what he was thinking, and neither does anyone else who is commenting tonight. What I am saying is that the environment that produces these attacks is something all of us have a responsibility to examine honestly. The language we use, the way we characterize our opponents, the rhetoric we consume and share and amplify, because language does not cause violence directly, but it shapes the environment in which violence becomes more likely. And that is a responsibility that belongs to everyone in public life, including me, including this president, including every commentator and cable host and social media personality who has spent the last decade treating American politics like a war to be won rather than a republic to be governed. Now, let me tell you something from my own experience, because I think it is relevant. I served in the White House during a period of significant political violence. The Oklahoma City bombing in 1995 killed 168 people. Timothy McVeigh was motivated by an extreme anti-government ideology, by rage at federal power, by a belief that the government was an enemy of the people. And in the aftermath of Oklahoma City, I made a deliberate choice about how to talk about that violence in its context. I said clearly that the words we use matter, that when political rhetoric portrays government as tyrannical and its agents as enemies and its supporters as traitors, that rhetoric creates an environment, and that environment has consequences, and that all of us, regardless of party, have a responsibility to be thoughtful about the environment we are creating. I was criticized for saying that. Some people accuse me of blaming political opponents for McVeigh's actions. That was not what I said. That was not what I meant. What I meant was that political rhetoric exists in a broader context. And in that broader context, it has effects that extend beyond the political theater of a given news cycle. And those effects are real. And they are our collective responsibility. I believe that now as firmly as I believed it in 1995. And I think the events of last night make it more important to say, not less, now. I want to turn to the second major story of last night, because while the shooting was happening at the Washington Hilton, something else was happening simultaneously that has enormous consequences for the war in Iran, for the price of gas, for the lives of 50,000 American troops in the Middle East, and for whether this conflict ends in weeks or months or years. President Trump canceled the planned second round of peace talks with Iran. Canceled. The trip that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff were supposed to take to Pakistan for a second round of face-to-face negotiations with Iranian representatives. His explanation: the flight is too long. 15 hours on an airplane. Too long. This is the same president who has said we have all the cards, who has said Iran is desperate and America holds all the leverage, who has said the deal concept is done, who has claimed Iran agreed to nuclear concessions that Iran publicly denied within hours, who has said he could end this war faster and better than anyone. And the reason there is no second round of face-to-face talks is the flight is too long. He also said something else on Truth Social. While the shooting was being processed, while Americans were watching Secret Service agents draw weapons at a journalism dinner, he wrote, "There is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who is in charge, including them." And then he wrote, "We have all the cards, they have none." Now, I want to be fair about something. There is genuine reporting that Iran's internal divisions are real, that the moderates who want a deal and the hardliners who want to continue fighting are locked in a genuine internal conflict. That is actually true, and it is actually relevant to the negotiations. But here is what is also true. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said this week in a phone call with Pakistan's Prime Minister that Tehran will not enter forced negotiations while facing pressure and threats. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was in Pakistan in Islamabad, meeting with Pakistani officials, willing to talk through mediators, while Trump was saying the flight is too long. We have all the cards, and we are not showing up for the game. That is not strength. That is confusion dressed up as leverage. Now, let me be very clear about what canceling the Pakistan trip actually means on the ground, because I want you to understand the practical consequences. Every day without a deal is another day of mines in the Strait of Hormuz, another day of gas above $4, another day of 50,000 American troops in the Middle East, another day of the shadow fleet getting through the blockade, another day of villages being razed in southern Lebanon, another day of food prices 85% higher in Gaza, another day of the World Food Program diverting shipments around disrupted Persian Gulf routes. And instead of a 15-hour flight to try to end that, the special envoys stay home. And the president posts on Truth Social that we have all the cards. I have sat in the rooms where these decisions are made. I know what it feels like when the pressure to act collides with the uncertainty of whether action will produce results. I know the temptation to project confidence publicly when privately the situation is more uncertain than you want to admit. I understand it. But here is what I also know. The Strait of Hormuz does not stay closed because America projected confidence. It reopens because someone gets on a plane and does the hard diplomatic work. Gas prices do not come down because we have all the cards. They come down when the mines are cleared and the tankers flow. And the mines are cleared when there is a deal. And the deal requires someone to show up. 15 hours is a long flight. 50,000 troops have been in the Middle East for 2 months. 13 service members are buried. Their families are grieving. Their children are growing up without a parent. 15 hours on an airplane is the least this situation deserves now. Let me bring these two stories together because I think they are more connected than they appear. A shooting at the Correspondents' Dinner, a collapse of the Iran peace talks, both on the same night. And what they share, what connects them beneath the surface, is a picture of a country under enormous strain. Strain from the war, from the gas prices, from the political violence, from the erosion of the norms and traditions that held things together, from the accumulated weight of a political environment that has been operating at a level of intensity that is not sustainable. Senator Graham called for calmer waters. I agree with him completely, and I want to add something to that. Calmer waters do not happen automatically. They are produced by choices, by the language leaders use, by the decisions they make about when to escalate and when to de-escalate, by whether a president boards a 15-hour flight to try to end a war that is costing $4 a gallon and 50,000 deployed troops, or stays home and tweets that he has all the cards. They are produced by whether the political environment treats violence against opponents as an outrage regardless of which party the target belongs to, or whether it calibrates its condemnation based on whose team was targeted. Last night, a Secret Service officer was shot doing his job. Last night, the Iran peace process collapsed again. Last night, America was reminded simultaneously of its vulnerability to political violence and its failure to end a war that is defining this presidency. Both of those things deserve our full attention, and both of them deserve honest answers. I am calling tonight for the same thing Lindsey Graham called for. Calmer waters. And I am saying that calmer waters require specific choices by specific people in specific positions of power. Condemn political violence, all of it, against all targets, without calculation. Get back to the negotiating table. 15 hours is not a reason to let a war continue. Lower the temperature of the political rhetoric, not because the policy disagreements are not real. They are real. But because the environment we are creating has consequences that we are watching play out in real time. In a Washington hotel ballroom, and in a strait half a world away that has not been safe for tankers since February 28th. I have believed in this country through every crisis it has faced in my lifetime. I believe in it tonight. I believe in the decency of the American people, in their capacity to step back from the edge when they understand clearly what the edge looks like. And last night, they saw the edge. The question now is what they do with what they saw. Thank you for listening. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. You know, there are moments in the life of a democracy when you have to stop and ask yourself a very simple question. Are we using our institutions to protect the country, or are we using them to fight each other? And I think what's unfolding right now with the Democratic push toward impeachment, this talk of a day one strategy, this organizing, this energy, it deserves that question. Because impeachment is not just a political maneuver. It is one of the most serious tools the Constitution gives us. I've been on the receiving end of that process. And let me tell you, it changes the way a nation talks to itself. It changes the atmosphere in Congress, in the courts, in living rooms across America. So when I hear that some of my fellow Democrats are planning to build a case right now, preparing for the possibility of impeachment the very first day they take the majority, I don't dismiss it, but I don't celebrate it either. I think about it the way I think about most things in politics, with my eyes on what it actually does to the country. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Because the consequences of this strategy go further than most people realize. Now let me set the stage here, because none of this is happening in a vacuum. We've been through years of escalation, Years where every side has pushed the boundaries of what's normal in American politics. Trust in government has been falling for decades. Polarization isn't new, but the speed at which it's gotten worse, that's something else entirely. When I was in office, we had serious disagreements. We had a government shutdown. We had an impeachment. Basic understanding that at the end of the day, you had to govern. You had to find a way to sit across the table from people you disagreed with and get something done for the American people. What concerns me now is that we've entered a period where accountability and political strategy have become almost impossible to separate. Some Democrats are saying, look, this president has committed impeachable offenses. The threats against Iran, the deployment of federal agents, the defiance of court orders. And they're not wrong to raise those concerns. The polling shows 55% of Americans now support impeachment, which is remarkable. That's close to where Nixon was right before he resigned. But here's what we've got to remember. Public frustration, no matter how justified, doesn't automatically mean impeachment is the right move at the right time. Timing matters. Strategy matters. And the reason you do it matters most of all. Let me walk you through what's actually being discussed, because the details matter here. Representative John Larson of Connecticut has introduced 13 articles of impeachment. More than 85 House members have publicly backed either impeachment or invoking the 25th Amendment. Back in December of 2025, when Representative Al Green forced a vote, support jumped from 78 Democrats to 140, nearly double. That's a significant shift. Meanwhile, Representative Delia Ramirez from Illinois is openly saying Democrats need a coordinated strategy now, not in January of 2027. She's talking about shadow hearings, fact-checking, building an evidentiary record so that if Democrats retake the House, they're ready to move immediately. And this is where things start to get complicated. Because on the other side, you've got Hakeem Jeffries and the Democratic leadership trying to keep the focus on kitchen table issues, affordability, health care, housing. Jeffries has been very careful about this. He knows impeachment energizes the base, but he also knows it can consume everything else. Jamie Raskin, who led the second impeachment trial and understands the mechanics better than almost anyone, has said plainly that having impeachable offenses doesn't mean you have the means to carry out the process. The math is just not there in the current Congress, and that's a fact you can't wish away. Now look, let's talk about leadership for a moment, because that's really what this comes down to. I've sat in the Oval Office during some difficult moments. I know what it's like to face political opposition, legal challenges, investigations. And I'll tell you what I learned. The measure of a president isn't whether people come after you. The measure is how you respond. When I was under pressure, I kept governing. We balanced the budget. We passed welfare reform. We worked with Republicans on trade. I didn't always agree with my critics, but I understood that the office demanded a certain discipline. What concerns me about the current situation is that we're seeing a pattern of escalation from the White House that goes beyond normal political combat. When a president posts on social media that a whole civilization will die tonight, when legal experts are using the phrase war crimes in response to presidential rhetoric, that's not ordinary political disagreement. That's a breakdown in the kind of restraint the office requires. Democrats are responding to something real. But the question I would ask my fellow Democrats is this: are we building a case based on constitutional duty, or are we building a political strategy? Because those two things can look very similar, and the difference between them determines whether the country takes you seriously. And this is where I get genuinely worried. Because impeachment doesn't just affect the president. It affects every institution it touches. Congress gets consumed by it. The courts get dragged into it. The media covers nothing else. And the public, the people who are worried about their grocery bills and their children's futures, they start to feel like Washington has forgotten about them entirely. I've seen what impeachment does to the legislative calendar. Nothing moves. The oxygen gets sucked out of the room. Now, I'm not saying accountability should take a back seat to convenience. If a president has truly violated the Constitution, Congress has an obligation to act. But a day one impeachment strategy announced months in advance risks looking like the goal was always political rather than constitutional. And that perception matters, because if the American people believe impeachment is just another partisan weapon, then the tool itself gets weakened. We've already impeached this president twice, and he's still in office. If we do it a third time, and the Senate doesn't convict, which it won't without Republican support, what have we actually accomplished? We've used the most powerful check Congress has, and it didn't check anything. That's not accountability. That's erosion. Let me tell you something about political strategy, because I've been doing this a long time. The smartest move isn't always the loudest one. When I look at the impeachment question strategically, I see real risks for Democrats. Yes, 55% of Americans support impeachment right now. That's a strong number. But here's the honest truth. That number includes a lot of people who are frustrated with the economy, frustrated with the Iran situation, frustrated with the general direction of the country. If Democrats win the House in 2026 and immediately pivot to impeachment, they risk looking like they campaigned on one thing and governed on another. People voted for lower costs and better health care, not for congressional hearings. The Republicans know this. Trump's own team has been wargaming this scenario. They see impeachment as a mobilization tool, something that rallies the Republican base and shifts the narrative away from policy failures. One of Trump's advisors actually said impeachment ain't what it used to be to this president. And he's not entirely wrong. We've already been through this twice. The shock value has diminished. So Democrats have to ask themselves, does this strategy help us win in 2028? Or does it define us as a party that's always reacting to Trump rather than offering something better? I think that's the central strategic question, and I'm not sure the party has answered it honestly yet.
So where does this road actually lead? Let me give you a few possibilities. First scenario, Democrats win the House in November, launch impeachment proceedings in January 2027, and the House votes to impeach. It goes to the Senate, where Republicans still have enough votes to block conviction.
Trump survives his third impeachment, claims vindication, and uses it as fuel for the 2028 campaign. Democrats have spent their first months in the majority on a process that produced no removal, and the public wonders why nobody's working on their problems. Second scenario, Democrats win the House, but leadership manages to channel the impeachment energy into aggressive oversight, investigations, subpoenas, public hearings, without pulling the impeachment trigger. This keeps the pressure on Trump, builds a public record, and allows Democrats to also pursue their economic agenda. It's less dramatic, but it might be more effective. Third scenario, and this is the most interesting one. The impeachment push forces a broader national reckoning. The evidence becomes so overwhelming that some Republicans break ranks. Maybe not enough to convict, but enough to create a bipartisan moment of accountability that changes the political landscape heading into 2028. That's the scenario impeachment advocates are hoping for. But if I'm being honest, it's also the least likely, because we have not seen the kind of bipartisan courage that moment would require. Prediction markets currently give Trump about a 65% chance of being impeached before his term ends. But the chance of actual removal remains.
Yeah, we want removal.
Investigations, subpoenas, public hearings.
Are y'all still with me?
Without pulling the impeachment trigger.
I need some likes. I need some thumbs up. I need some likes. I need to know that y'all still with me. I had to go and get in the water. So, are we still here? My likes didn't move the whole time I was taking a hot bubble bath. My likes still stayed the same. Did I get any cash apps for support? I mean, what we doing, good people? What we doing? Double tap your phone just like that. It don't cost you a thing. They won't say bill me or none of that. Hit those three dots at the top right corner. Like, share, subscribe, send a cash out. Any amount will do. Just say thank you for being up at, how late is 1:40 a.m. Central Time. Yeah. Yeah, or leave. That's a bigger option. I need the people in here to match the support by likes and super cash apps. Yeah, so you can leave. I'm cool with that. Won't hurt my feelings at all. I'd rather not hurt my feelings than hurt my feelings, because you sitting up in here ear hustling and not even hitting the damn like button. There's 241 people in here. I should have $241. I mean, if each and every one of y'all send at least $1 cash out, I would be happy with that. Oh, I should have 241 likes, 228 likes. I should have $228. Everybody can at least send $1 cash app, or I should have 228 likes. So double tap the face of the phone if that's the device you're listening on, or hit the three dots at the top of your computer or tablet. It's just that simple. Or leave. I don't want to entertain you. I don't want you to listen to nothing that I have. It's just that simple. Get out. Yeah, so let me let you sit here and look and give you this dumb look. Yeah, like, or leave. If you think it's a joke, I'm gonna look at you like you're a clown. Yeah. Your mama full of shit, Joe. Get your ass out of here. You one of the ones that probably did not hit the like button. Get out. Never come back again. I'll take care of that. Who's next? I said hit the like button or get the out. Period. It's just that simple. Hello, ID Brown. Did you hit the like button? Don't get me started. Yeah, I want to see the numbers drop. It's just that simple. Some people care about all those people being in here and not supporting. That ain't me. Some people desperate like that. That ain't me. Yeah, I know a kleptomaniac. She big on numbers, and she don't even do her own work. She have to steal people's work because she's a klepto. And she brag about numbers that ain't even hers. That ain't me. Yeah, if you can't hit the like button, get out. I can hold a crowd without using somebody else's numbers and words. Yeah, no. Crying about who going live when she go live. That's because they don't care. You don't hold no substance. You can't go, you don't want nobody on the airways when you go live. Over there crying because people won't let her get on in there. Get in there. Get on in there. It don't matter who live. Get your ass on in there. See that? You see the difference? These numbers can drop. I don't care. You better hit that like button or I ain't moving. I'm finna put my Epsom salt, not Epsom salt, sea salt in my socks. And in a minute, I'm gonna be asleep. But somebody go tell that girl, it don't matter if they live, get on in there, see what you pull. You don't know what you can pull on your own. You need help. On her wall, crying. See, I told y'all they going live when I'm supposed to go live. Get on in there. Get on in there. Ain't you chopper with the big chopper? Get on in there. Y'all, I'm not going nowhere. I'm not putting him back on until y'all hit the like button. Yeah. But in the meantime, go tell that chopper chick, that thieving chick with that mail cup. I said, get on in there. It don't matter who live when you supposed to go live. Get on in there. Jump off the porch. Grab your own numbers. Create you a crowd of people that don't know those crowd of people. Let's see you do it. Yeah, go to the thieving section. Yeah, don't they have thief section? And use a thief. Don't they have booster section? For going there and steal and sell stuff. Yeah, go on, find the booster sector. That'll probably build your numbers up for you. I know what to do. Them numbers didn't drop. Hey, Pat Rogers. Hit it. I don't know why he hit your comment. Yeah.
In the House in November,
now we can
launch
go.
impeachment proceedings in...
Democrats have to ask themselves, does this strategy help us win in 2028? Or does it define us as a party that's always reacting to Trump rather than offering something better? I think that's the central strategic question, and I'm not sure the party has answered it honestly yet.
So where does this road actually lead? Let me give you a few possibilities. First scenario, Democrats win the House in November, launch impeachment proceedings in January 2027, and the House
don't come
votes
back
to
in
impeach.
here without hitting the like button.
It goes to the Senate, where Republicans still have enough votes to block conviction.
Trump survives his third impeachment, claims vindication, and uses it as fuel for the 2028 campaign. Democrats have spent their first months in the majority on a process that produced no removal, and the public wonders why nobody's working on their problems. Second scenario, Democrats win the House, but leadership manages to channel the impeachment energy into aggressive oversight, investigations, subpoenas, public hearings, without pulling the impeachment trigger. This keeps the pressure on Trump, builds a public record, and allows Democrats to also pursue their economic agenda. It's less dramatic, but it might be more effective. Third scenario, and this is the most interesting one. The impeachment push forces a broader national reckoning. The evidence becomes so overwhelming that some Republicans break ranks. Maybe not enough to convict, but enough to create a bipartisan moment of accountability that changes the political landscape heading into 2028. That's the scenario impeachment advocates are hoping for. But if I'm being honest, it's also the least likely, because we have not seen the kind of bipartisan courage that moment would require.
Courage.
Prediction markets currently give Trump about a 65% chance of being impeached before his term ends. But the chance of actual removal remains extremely low. Here's where I want to leave you, because I think this matters more than any of the political calculations. America has survived a lot. We've survived wars, depressions, scandals, constitutional crises. And every time, what pulled us through wasn't one party defeating the other. It was the strength of the institutions themselves, the courts, the Congress, the free press, the basic belief that no one is above the law and no one is beneath its protection. Impeachment is part of that system. The founders gave it to us for a reason, but they also understood that it should be used with gravity, not as a routine political tool. What I would say to my fellow Democrats is this: if you believe this president has violated his oath of office,
oh, absolutely,
then build the case carefully, methodically, and with an eye toward the country's long-term health, not just the next election cycle. And what I would say to every American watching is this: don't let anyone on either side turn the Constitution into a campaign prop. The question isn't whether we can impeach a president. We've already proven we can. The question is whether we're doing it for the right reasons, through the right process, with the right outcome in mind. Because at the end of the day, it's not about Trump. It's not about the Democrats. It's about whether the system still works. Whether we still
it can't
believe
if
in a
he's
country.
bypassing the Constitution of the United States. So right there, him bypassing it right there is enough to get him out. Yeah, he has no respect for the Constitution. Period. It's a period after that.
Used with gravity, not as a routine political tool. What I would say to my fellow Democrats is this: if you believe this president has violated his oath of office, then build the case carefully, methodically, and with an eye toward the country's long-term health, not just the next election cycle. And what I would say to every American watching is this: don't let anyone on either side turn the Constitution into a campaign prop.
A joke.
The question isn't whether we can impeach a president. We've already proven we can. The question is whether we're doing it for the right reasons, through the right process, with the right outcome in mind. Because at the end of the day, it's not about Trump.
Hi, Gary.
It's not about the Democrats. It's about whether the system still works, whether we still believe in a country where power has limits and accountability has meaning. I believe we do. But believing it isn't enough. We've got to act like it.
Oh, and he just dropped the mic.
You know, folks, I have been reading political signals for 50 years. And I want to tell you something tonight about signals, because Washington is sending more of them right now in more directions simultaneously than at almost any point I can remember. Some of those signals are loud. The ship seizures, the ceasefire extensions, the exploited field truth social posts. Those get covered. But some of the most important signals in politics are quiet ones. The ones that slip past the noise. The ones that only make sense when you put them next to each other and step back and look at the picture they make together. Tonight, I want to show you that picture, because taken together, what is happening in Washington right now, in the NATO alliance, in the Republican Party, on Capitol Hill, at the gas station in your neighborhood, tells a story about where this country is headed that I think every American deserves to hear clearly and honestly. Let me start with something that was reported yesterday by Politico that I genuinely believe is one of the most revealing stories of this entire administration.
Have we heard this before?
And it is not getting nearly the attention it deserves. The White House has drawn up a NATO naughty and nice list. I am not being colorful. That is the actual characterization used by European diplomats and officials briefed on the document. A literal list sorting the 29 other members of the NATO alliance into tiers based on who supported the United States in the Iran war and who did not. The nice list: Poland, Romania, countries that contributed basing rights, logistics support, or political backing for the Iran operation. Countries that Pete Hegseth called, and I am quoting his exact words from December, model allies deserving of special favor. The naughty list: Britain, France, Spain, Germany. Countries that declined to participate. Countries that said the blockade had no basis in new facts. Countries that called the operation senseless. Countries that instead of joining the American coalition, built their own 30-nation coalition specifically designed to work around American strategy, and the punishments being considered for the naughty list countries are significant. Shifting U.S. troops away from their territory, scaling back joint military exercises, redirecting military cooperation and intelligence sharing, treating the oldest alliance in modern American history like a customer loyalty program where you get points for obedience and lose them for independence. Now, I want you to sit with that for a moment. NATO was founded in 1949. I have spent my entire career working within it, defending it, strengthening it. It is not a transactional arrangement. It is not a protection racket where you pay dues and follow orders. It is a community of democracies that chose, after the most destructive war in human history, to bind themselves together through a shared commitment to mutual defense and shared values. Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. That is the foundation. Not an attack on one gets the others to follow your orders. Not an attack on one means everyone else has to support whatever military operation you choose to launch without consulting them. An attack on one is an attack on all. Now, here is what I find most revealing about the naughty and nice list. It is not just that it exists. It is what it tells you about how this administration thinks about alliances. An alliance is not a coalition of the willing that you assemble on demand. An alliance is a relationship. It requires consultation. It requires shared decision-making. It requires treating your partners as adults whose judgment and interests matter. When you launch a war without consulting your closest partners and then grade them on whether they fell in line anyway, you are not leading an alliance. You are demanding a vassal relationship from democracies that have their own parliaments, their own publics, their own constitutional obligations. And here is the thing that a European official said to Politico that I think cuts right to the heart of it. When asked about the potential punishment of moving U.S. troops away from naughty list countries, the official said they don't seem to have very concrete ideas when it comes to punishing bad allies. Moving troops is one option, but it mainly punishes the U.S., doesn't it? It mainly punishes the U.S. Think about what that means. The punishment being contemplated for allies who did not support the Iran war is reducing American military presence in strategic European locations, which reduces American influence, American intelligence access, American logistical reach, and American deterrence posture in Europe. At the exact moment, China is watching how America manages its relationships, and Russia is watching whether NATO fractures, and Iran is watching whether America can sustain a coalition. The punishment punishes us, not them. I dealt with alliance management for 8 years. I know how hard it is. I know that allies are frustrating. They have their own politics, their own public licks, their own red lines. During Kosovo, some of my NATO partners had real reservations about the air campaign. Germany was flying combat missions for the first time since World War II. That was not easy for them politically. I understood that. I worked with it because the alternative, going it alone and alienating the partners you need for the next crisis, is always more expensive than the patience of coalition management. What I did not do was grade them on a naughty and nice list and threaten to move troops as punishment for independent judgment. Because here is the thing about NATO that this administration seems not to fully understand. You do not get to invoke Article 5 when you need it, while treating Article 4, the obligation to consult, as optional. And the countries on that naughty list are doing their own math right now. Britain and France are co-leading a 30-nation alternative coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz through diplomacy. Germany is building toward what it calls the most powerful and combat-ready army in Europe by 2039. These are not countries that are cowering under American pressure. These are countries that are quietly, methodically building their capacity to act without American leadership. That is what the naughty and nice list is actually producing. Not obedience, accelerated European strategic autonomy. And that will outlast this administration by decades. If this kind of analysis is useful to you, subscribe. There is a great deal more of it coming. Now let me move to something that happened today, because there is new data out this morning that I think deserves very careful attention. And it connects directly to everything I just said about NATO and alliances. CNBC released its All-America Economic Survey today. The results are stark. 60% of Americans disapprove of President Trump's handling of the economy. 60. That is the highest disapproval on the economy of either of his terms in office. But here is the number inside that number that I think matters most. Non-MAGA Republican support for Trump on the economy declined by 19 points. 19 points in a single quarter, from 69% approval among non-MAGA Republicans to 55%. The voters who gave him the benefit of the doubt, who were willing to wait and see on the tariffs and the Iran war, are moving, and the specific driver is gas prices. 65% of voters told Quinnipiac they blame Trump either a lot or somewhat for the increase in gas prices. 65, including significant numbers of Republicans and independents. Now, Energy Secretary Chris Wright compounded the damage. He said on CNN on Sunday that gas prices had likely peaked. Good news, except he then added they may not return to pre-war levels of under $3 a gallon until 2027. Not this year, not before the midterms. 2027. That means American families are paying more than $4 a gallon while going to the polls in November of 2026. And the administration's own energy secretary is saying prices will not come down until a year after that election. Now, I want to tell you something from my own experience about what gas prices do to presidential approval ratings and to midterm elections. In 1994, the year Democrats lost 54 House seats, the defining economic issue was a sense that the economy was not working for ordinary people. The unemployment rate was actually coming down. GDP was growing. But working families did not feel it in their daily lives. They felt their wages stagnating. They felt healthcare costs rising. They felt a vague but powerful sense that Washington was not focused on them. Gas prices are uniquely politically potent because they are visible. Every American who drives a car sees the price on the sign every single day. You cannot hide it. You cannot spin it. You cannot explain it away with macroeconomic data. $49 is $49 every single morning, every single time you fill up. A visible, daily, unavoidable reminder of the gap between what was promised and what is being delivered. Trump campaign in 2024 on making America affordable again. Drill, baby, drill. Lower energy costs. The pitch was direct, specific, economic, and it worked. Millions of voters switched to him on that specific promise. And now the Energy Secretary is saying gas will not be below $3 until 2027. The same voters who switched on that promise are doing the math. They are standing at the pump, reading the price, and doing the math. Now let me show you where that math is leading inside the Republican Party itself, because this is the signal I want every American to pay close attention to, because this one is not loud. This one is quiet, and it is the loudest signal of all. 38 House Republicans have announced they will not seek re-election in November 2026. 38, compared to 23 Democrats who have announced the same. And it is the loudest signal of all. 38 House Republicans have announced they will not seek re-election in November 2026. 38, compared to 23 Democrats who have announced the same. 38-23. That is a 15-member gap in retirements favoring Democratic incumbents staying and Republican incumbents leaving. Now, I want to explain why that number matters more than almost any poll number I could cite tonight. When a politician retires, rather than seeking re-election, they are making a private, honest calculation. Unlike a poll answer, which can be influenced by social desirability or partisan loyalty, a retirement decision is made in private, with a lawyer, with a family, with a financial advisor. It is the most honest signal in politics. And what 38 House Republicans are privately calculating right now is this. The environment in November 2026 is bad enough that I do not want to face it. The gas prices are bad enough. The Iran war is unpopular enough. The president's approval is low enough. The political climate is toxic enough that I would rather leave than fight. Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska put it plainly in an interview this week. He called some of Trump's political choices own goals, self-inflicted wounds that were so unnecessary. He specifically mentioned picking fights with international allies. And he said the independent swing voter who we have to have in November, they are not into these things. An own goal. A Republican congressman using that word about his own president on the record by name. Now, the political mechanics here matter because open seats where the incumbent has retired, are dramatically easier to flip than seats where an incumbent is running for re-election. Incumbents have name recognition, donor networks, constituent relationships, and a track record to run on. When they leave, all of that disappears. The seat becomes a pure environment vote, and in a bad political environment, open seats flip. In 2018, the last time Democrats took back the House, 42 Republican incumbents retired or left their seats before the election. Democrats gained 41 seats and took the majority. In 2006, the year Democrats swept back into power under George W. Bush, 30 Republican incumbents retired. Democrats gained 31 seats. Right now, April of 2026, 38 Republican House members have already said they are not running. 7 months before the election, the pattern is not subtle. And here is what makes this cycle potentially more severe than either 2006 or 2018. In those cycles, the political environment was bad, but the economy was not simultaneously producing a visible daily kitchen table pain point for voters. In 2018, the economy was strong. The wave was driven by Trump himself and by healthcare concerns. In 2006, the wave was driven by Iraq and Katrina, but gas prices were not at $4 nationally. Right now, the Republicans defending swing districts have a president at 37% approval, gas at $49, that the Energy Secretary says will not come down until 2027, an Iran war that 64% of Americans say is not worth it, Medicare and Medicaid cuts hitting working families, and a NATO alliance that this administration just sorted into a naughty and nice list. Every one of those things lands on those 21 vulnerable Republican incumbents every day between now and November. If you want to follow where these numbers lead between now and the midterms, subscribe. We will be watching all of it. Now I want to tell you about one more thing that happened this week that I think reveals something important about where this presidency is right now. And I want to be direct about it. At an event meant to tout the no tax on tips policy, a DoorDash delivery woman had to keep the president on task. He veered from his economic message into transgender athletes and women's sports and a press conference specifically designed to show his focus on kitchen table economic issues. And over the span of 4 days this month alone, Trump posted on Truth Social about a proposed triumphal arch ballroom construction at the White House, the Iran war, a UFC fight at the White House, and a musician named Bruce S. Now, I am not saying a president cannot have varied interests or multiple priorities. Every president does. But here is what 60% of Americans who disapprove of his economic handling are seeing. The president campaigned on lower costs, on focusing on the economy, on making everyday life more affordable. And what they see in their daily lives is $4 gas, higher grocery bills, Medicaid cuts, and a president whose social media feed is triumphal arches and UFC fights, while the Strait of Hormuz's mind and the NATO naughty list is circulating in European capitals. Adam Bouzizi, a Democratic strategist, put it this way, and I thought it was sharp and fair. He said, "What is happening now sounds a lot like when the Biden Treasury Secretary called inflation transitory. The same distance between what leaders say and what people feel, the same credibility gap, the same political cost." Trump officials are now saying gas prices will drop in a few more weeks. The Energy Secretary said 2027. That gap between a few more weeks and 2027 is where the midterm election lives. Now, let me tell you about the international dimension that ties everything together tonight, because the NATO naughty list story and the domestic economic story are not separate. They are the same story. When America treats its allies like subordinates rather than partners, when it sorts them into naughty and nice based on their willingness to support an unauthorized war, when it threatens to withdraw military protection from democracies that exercised independent judgment, it sends a message to every country watching. That message is, American partnership has conditions, and the conditions change without warning. The EU signed the mother of all deals with India. covering 2 billion people this week. European military planners from over 30 nations met in London to plan a multinational mission to reopen the Strait of Hormuz without American leadership, explicitly separate from the American blockade. France and Britain co-chaired it. Germany, Spain, and dozens of other nations attended. 30 nations building a maritime mission without America. That is not just a foreign policy story. It is an economic story. Because as America loses influence in the institutions that govern global trade and security, American companies lose market access. American exporters face higher barriers. American workers compete in a world that is building trade corridors and supply chains and security arrangements that do not route through Washington. And that cost does not show up on one quarter's GDP report. It accumulates over years, over decades, in the jobs that go to European competitors, in the contracts that go to Asian manufacturers, in the influence that shifts to Beijing as America focuses inward and picks fights with its allies over a naughty and nice list. I built NAFTA. I built the WTO framework. I spent 8 years investing in exactly the kind of multilateral relationships that are now being sorted into tiers based on Iran war loyalty. And I want to tell you something plainly. Trust, once broken at this scale, does not come back with a press release. It comes back slowly with years of consistent, reliable, respectful engagement, with showing up, with consulting, with treating partners as adults whose interests matter. Every month of the naughty list is a month of trust that will have to be rebuilt, and the rebuilding always costs more than the breaking. Now let me close with the full picture, because I want you to see it clearly, not as separate stories as one picture. The NATO naughty and nice list. 38 Republican incumbents quietly deciding they would rather leave than face their voters. 60% of Americans disapproving of Trump's economic handling. Gas prices that the Energy Secretary says will not come down until 2027. 64% saying the Iran war is not worth it. A European coalition of 30 nations planning a mission to reopen the Strait of Hormuz without America. And a DoorDash delivery woman at a White House press conference trying to keep the president focused on kitchen table economics. That is the picture. Now, I want to say something about the American political system that I believe deeply, because I think it matters right now more than it has in a long time. This system works not perfectly, not without pain, not without long stretches when it seems broken beyond repair, but it works because it has correction mechanisms. Elections are a correction mechanism. When voters feel economic pain, when they see gas at $49 every morning, when their Medicaid coverage is cut, and their NATO alliance is being treated like a frequent flyer program with a naughty list, they go to the polls and they make themselves heard. In 1994, they heard from me. In 2006, they heard from George W. Bush. In 2018, they heard from the first Trump term. The correction mechanism works. 38 Republican House members see it coming. That is why they are leaving. The question for November is not whether the correction happens. The question is whether it is large enough to change the balance of power, to restore congressional oversight, to put subpoena power in the hands of people willing to use it, to demand answers about the mine clearance timeline and the missile stockpile and the true casualty count and the NATO naughty list that a European official said mainly punishes America. I believe in the American people. I have always believed in them, even when they disagreed with me, even when they corrected me, especially then. The signals are loud right now. 38 retirements, 60% economic disapproval, gas prices until 2027, NATO naughty list, 30 nations meeting in London without us. Pay attention, all of it. Call your representatives. Understand what is at stake, not just for this election, for the alliances and the institutions and the relationships that will outlast every person in this story. If you believe honest political analysis still matters, this is where we do it. Subscribe and stay with us. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Oh, hey, Mr. Z and G. What do you mean, and? Bye. Don't come over here complaining. I don't care if it's AR or not. If it's giving us the information that we need instead of a lying president, I'll take it. Come back another day. Yeah, no, no. Bye. Yeah, it's a no for me. You will
And
not
God
come
bless
over
you.
here
And God bless the United
sabotaging, and
States.
all we get from Trump is lies. Staged events, repeat history, removing facts from everywhere. Yeah, no. I don't give a shit if it's AI or not, if it's giving us better information than we're getting from a liar's mouth. I mean, what? How dare you even compare that? Yeah, no. When people come over here doing stuff like that, it makes me think that you're trying to sabotage the truth, or you want us to continue with a lie. And that's not good enough for me. U.S. Navy seized 37 ships in 12 days. Let's hear this one.
Right now,
Yeah, I need for y'all to get the lights up, or
business like yours.
I'm gonna go to
But if
sleep.
they don't click your video,
Today, I want to discuss something that has just pushed this conflict to an entirely different level. China has delivered a direct warning to President Trump regarding the Strait of Hormuz blockade. And the wording China used was extremely precise, extremely calculated, and highly threatening. According to reports, Chinese officials informed the United States, if you touch our energy lifeline, we will respond if you touch. Those two words are crucial. This is not a diplomatic suggestion. This is not a courteous negotiation. This is a threat, a direct threat from one nuclear power to another about what will happen if American actions in the Gulf disrupt Chinese energy security. And I need to guide you very carefully through what this warning actually means, because this is not only about the Strait of Hormuz. This is not only about Iran. This is about whether the world continues under American unilateral control, or whether we are entering a truly multipolar era where other major powers will use force to defend their interests, even when that means directly confronting the United States. And the answer to that question will reshape everything about how the global economy operates, how international conflicts are settled, and what kind of world your children inherit. Let me begin by explaining why China is issuing this warning
That's
now.
the scary
Because
part.
China does not make threats lightly. China's entire foreign policy for the past 40 years has been built on avoiding direct confrontation with the United States. China preferred to expand economically, strengthen military capability quietly, and avoid provoking American containment. So why is China abandoning that strategy now? Why is China willing to openly threaten the United States over the Strait of Hormuz? The answer is simple. China has no choice. China imports roughly 40% of its total energy from the Persian Gulf. 40%. That energy moves through the Strait of Hormuz. If that strait is closed, if those tankers stop sailing, the Chinese economy does not simply slow now. Why is China willing to openly threaten the United States over the Strait of Hormuz? The answer is simple. China has no choice. China imports roughly 40% of its total energy from the Persian Gulf. 40%. That energy moves through the Strait of Hormuz. If that strait is closed, if those tankers stop sailing, the Chinese economy does not simply slow down. The Chinese economy faces potential collapse. Chinese factories shut down. Chinese cities face blackouts. Chinese transportation networks grind to a halt. Chinese food production. China imports roughly 40% of its total energy from the Persian Gulf.
40%. That energy moves through the Strait of Hormuz. If that strait is closed, if those tankers stop sailing, the Chinese economy does not simply slow down. The Chinese economy faces potential collapse. Chinese factories shut down. Chinese cities face blackouts. Chinese transportation networks grind to a halt. Chinese food production, which relies on diesel and fertilizer made from natural gas, becomes impossible to sustain.
It's all true.
This is not economic inconvenience. This is an existential economic threat. So when the United States closes or permits the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, when that closure continues for weeks, China sees its economic survival being threatened by American military action. And China is now stating very clearly, we will not allow our economy to be destroyed by decisions made in Washington that serve American interests but endanger Chinese survival. Now let me explain what "if you touch" actually means in practice, because this is not abstract diplomatic language. This is concrete strategic communication. China is telling the United States that if American military action continues to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, if American policy continues to disrupt the flow of Gulf energy to China, then China will take action to defend Chinese interests. What kind of action? China is deliberately not specifying, and that ambiguity is intentional. It gives China maximum flexibility. But let me walk you through what options China actually has. Option 1, economic retaliation. China could impose economic costs on the United States in response to the Hormuz closure. China could restrict exports of rare earth minerals that American technology companies depend on. China could unload U.S. Treasury bonds, pushing American borrowing costs higher. China could limit American companies' access to Chinese markets. China could weaponize supply chains, cutting off critical components that American manufacturers depend on. All of this would damage the American economy significantly, but it would also damage China. Economic retaliation is mutually destructive. So, this is probably not China's first preference, but it remains an option. Option 2, military assistance to Iran. China could supply Iran with advanced weapon systems, intelligence support, satellite data, and economic assistance to help Iran continue fighting. China could provide Iran with air defense systems that make American bombing far more costly. China could deliver electronic warfare capabilities that disrupt American operations. China could offer diplomatic protection at the United Nations, vetoing any resolutions that authorize force against Iran. This option allows China to raise the cost of American military action without directly confronting American forces. It is a safer option than direct military confrontation, and it is probably what China is already doing to some degree. Option 3, direct military intervention. China could deploy naval forces to the region. China could escort Chinese-flagged tankers through the strait.
Excuse me, you're reading wrong.
They already doing that.
Show me your book. I'm going to take a picture of it.
China could establish a naval presence that makes it impossible for America to maintain the blockade without risking a direct military clash with Chinese forces. This is the most dangerous option. This is the option that could lead to direct military confrontation between two nuclear powers. But it is also the option that China might choose if China believes its economic survival requires it. And this brings us to the fundamental question, would China really risk war with the United States over energy security? And my answer, based on strategic logic and historical patterns, is yes. China would risk war, not because China wants war, but because from China's perspective, allowing America to control whether the Chinese economy functions is unacceptable. It is surrendering Chinese sovereignty. It is accepting permanent subordinate status, and China has spent 40 years building economic and military power specifically to avoid being in that position. Let me give you a historical parallel to make this clear. In 1941, the United States imposed an oil embargo on Japan. Japan imported roughly 80% of its oil from abroad. The American embargo meant Japan faced economic collapse within months. Japan had two choices: accept American demands and become subordinate to American power, or go to war to secure alternative energy sources. Japan chose war. Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. Japan invaded Southeast Asia to secure oil fields. This was not irrational. This was a logical response to an existential economic threat. Now, I am not saying China will attack America the way Japan did. The circumstances are different, The weapons are different, the consequences are different, but the fundamental logic is the same. When a great power faces an existential economic threat created by another power's actions, that threatened power will consider military options to protect its survival. China is now in a position similar to Japan in 1941. China depends on energy that flows through a choke point controlled by another power, and that other power's military actions are disrupting that energy flow. And China is being forced to choose between accepting economic devastation or taking action to secure its energy supplies. China is choosing to warn America that action is coming if the disruption continues. Now, let me explain what this warning means for the current conflict between America and Iran. Because China's intervention, even the threat of Chinese intervention, fundamentally changes the strategic calculation. America went to war against Iran believing that it could act unilaterally, that it could close the Strait of Hormuz, bomb Iranian targets, pressure the Iranian economy, and eventually force Iranian surrender. The assumption was that no other major power would intervene to stop America. China has just shattered that assumption. China is saying, if your war with Iran continues to disrupt our energy security, we will intervene. We will make this war more costly for you. We will support Iran. We will protect our interests, even if that means confronting you directly. This transforms the conflict from a regional war between America and Iran into a potential great power confrontation between America and China. And that is an entirely different level of danger and complexity, because now America has to calculate not just the cost of defeating Iran, but the cost of simultaneously managing confrontation with China, and those costs might be unbearable. Subscribe to this channel, because what I am describing is the most significant shift in global power dynamics in decades. The era of unchallenged American unilateral action is ending, and China's warning over Hormuz is the moment that shift became undeniable. Let me walk you through what happens if China follows through on its warning. If China decides that words are not enough and action is necessary. Scenario 1.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me appeal this age restriction right now. Yeah.
This is the real me.
Cause I blocked you and removed you. What's your name? Let me see. Zhang. Yeah, whoever. Let me go ahead and appeal it now. Absolutely. Yeah. Y'all hit the like button. Give me a minute. Let me appeal this. Yeah. Start that process now. Back it up a little bit.
But the cost of simultaneously managing confrontation with China, and those costs might be unbearable. Subscribe to this channel because what I am describing is the most significant shift in global power dynamics in decades. The era of unchallenged American unilateral action is ending, and China's warning over Hormuz is the moment that shift became undeniable. Let me walk you through what happens if China follows through on its warning. If China decides that words are not enough and action is necessary. Scenario
It is to
1.
me.
China provides advanced weapons to Iran, Chinese air defense systems to shield Iranian infrastructure, Chinese anti-ship missiles to threaten American naval forces, Chinese electronic warfare systems to disrupt American operations, Chinese satellite intelligence to help Iran target American assets. This would not end the war, but it would make the war significantly more expensive and more dangerous for America. American pilots would face stronger air defenses, American ships would confront more sophisticated threats, American operations would be disrupted by jamming and interference. The cost in American lives and American resources would rise substantially, and the timeline for achieving victory would stretch indefinitely. Scenario 2. China establishes a naval presence in the Gulf. Chinese warships deployed to protect Chinese energy interests. Chinese naval escorts for tankers carrying Gulf oil to China. Chinese declaration that any interference with these tankers will be considered an act of war against China. This scenario places American and Chinese naval forces in close proximity during an active conflict. The risk of incident, of miscalculation, of accidental engagement becomes enormous. One mistake, one trigger-happy officer, one misidentified radar contact, and suddenly America and China are shooting at each other. And once shooting starts between nuclear powers, the escalation dynamics become unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. Scenario 3, China opens alternative supply routes. China accelerates pipeline construction from Russia and Central Asia. China establishes overland energy corridors that bypass the Strait of Hormuz entirely. China redirects its economy away from Gulf dependence and toward continental suppliers. This scenario avoids direct military confrontation, but it represents a permanent strategic shift. It means the Gulf loses its leverage over the Chinese economy. It means the petrodollar system, which depends on everyone needing Gulf oil, weakens further. It means American control over global energy flows erodes. And it means China becomes less vulnerable to American pressure in future conflicts. Now let me explain what this means economically, because China's warning is not just about military strategy. This is about economic power and who controls the global economic system. For 50 years, America has controlled global energy flows through military dominance in the Gulf and control of sea lanes. That control gave America enormous economic leverage. Nations that needed energy had to cooperate with American foreign policy because America could disrupt their energy supplies. This is how America maintained the petrodollar. This is how America enforced sanctions. This is how America shaped global trade rules. But if China is now willing to use force to protect its energy security, if China is willing to directly confront America over control of energy flows, then American leverage disappears. China is essentially saying, we will not allow you to use energy as an economic weapon against us. We will defend our economic interests with military force if necessary. And if China successfully establishes that precedent, if China demonstrates that it can protect its energy supplies even against American opposition, then every other major power will conclude that American control of energy flows is no longer absolute. India will seek its own protected supply routes. Japan will build independent energy security. Europe will diversify away from dependence on any single supply route that America controls. The entire structure of American economic power, which was built on controlling energy choke points, collapses. Let me address the question everyone is asking. Would this actually lead to war between America and China? Would two nuclear powers really fight over oil tankers in the Persian Gulf?
Yes.
And my answer is, it could. Not because either side wants war, but because both sides have interests they consider non-negotiable. America considers maintaining global military dominance and controlling strategic choke points as essential to American power. China considers energy security and economic survival as non-negotiable. When two powers have incompatible, non-negotiable interests, conflict becomes possible. Not certain, but possible. And the risk increases every day this Hormuz situation continues. Every day that the Chinese economy suffers from energy disruption, is a day that increases Chinese willingness to take risks to resolve the situation. Every day that America maintains the position that only American interests matter in the Gulf is a day that increases the likelihood of a Chinese military response. This is a classic security dilemma. Both sides taking actions they believe are defensive, but that the other side interprets as threatening.
If you have a yellow aura, you're a narcissist. What aura color do you have? You've probably noticed it. People
And security dilemmas have historically led to wars that nobody actually wanted, but that everybody felt compelled to fight. Now, let me explain what China's warning reveals about the changing global order. Because this warning is not just about energy. This is China announcing that the unipolar world is over. For 30 years since the Cold War ended, America has been the sole superpower. American military power was unchallenged. American economic preferences shaped global rules. American currency dominated international trade, and other nations, even powerful nations like China, accepted this arrangement because challenging it seemed too costly and too dangerous. But China's warning over Hormuz is China saying that era is finished. We are powerful enough now to challenge American unilateral action. We are willing to accept the risks of confrontation to protect our interests. We will not allow our economy to be held hostage to American military decisions. This is not China seeking to replace American dominance with Chinese dominance. This is China demanding a multipolar world where multiple great powers have spheres of influence and where no single power can act unilaterally without considering the interests of other powers. And once China establishes this precedent, once China demonstrates that it can successfully challenge American action, the entire global system shifts. Russia will be emboldened to challenge American influence in Europe and Central Asia. India will assert itself more forcefully in South Asia. Regional powers will pursue independent policies without deference to American preferences. The world becomes messier, more competitive, more prone to friction between competing powers. Let me walk you through what this means for ordinary people around the world. If you are in America, understand that your government now faces a choice it has not faced since the Cold War. Back down from confrontation with China, which means accepting reduced American influence globally, or escalate confrontation with China, which means accepting the risk of great power war. Both options are terrible. Both options mean significant changes to American power and American prosperity. Your economic security, your job prospects, your savings, all of it depends on how this confrontation is managed. If America chooses escalation and it goes badly, you could face economic crisis, military mobilization, potential conflict. If America chooses to back down, you face slow erosion of America's global position, which means less demand for dollars, less ability to borrow cheaply, and an eventual decline in living standards. If you are in China, your government is taking enormous risks on your behalf. China is willing to confront America to protect energy security. But that confrontation could go catastrophically wrong. The Chinese economy could be damaged by American retaliation. Chinese cities could face conflict. Chinese prosperity that has been built over 40 years could be jeopardized. If you are in Europe or Japan, you are watching your two most important economic partners, America and China, move toward confrontation, and you will be forced to choose sides. Support America and lose access to Chinese markets. Support China and lose American security guarantees. Either choice damages your economy and your security. If you are in the developing world, you will suffer the most from great power confrontation. The global trade system that allows your nations to develop will be disrupted. Energy prices will remain elevated. Food prices will surge. Economic assistance from developed nations will decline as they focus on their own confrontations. You will face the consequences of decisions made by great powers that have no concern for your well-being. Now, let me address what Trump's options are in response to China's warning. Option 1. Ignore the Chinese warning and continue current policy. This means accepting that China might follow through on its threats. American forces might face Chinese-supplied weapons. American ships might encounter Chinese naval escorts. The risk of a direct clash increases dramatically, but backing down means appearing weak. Option 2, negotiate with China. Offer to reopen the strait in exchange for Chinese pressure on Iran. Work out an arrangement where Chinese energy security is protected and American interests are served. This requires compromise, accepting that China has legitimate interests that America must accommodate. This is rational, but politically difficult. Option 3, escalate. Threaten China with economic retaliation. Increase American military presence to deter Chinese action. Make clear that America will not be constrained by Chinese warnings. This is the most dangerous option and the most likely to lead to direct confrontation. My prediction is Trump will choose option 3 initially. Escalate, ignore the warning, maintain that America sets the terms in the Gulf. But reality will force a shift toward option 2. The cost of confrontation with China will become unbearable. Allies will pressure for compromise. Businesses will demand protection of trade relationships. The military will warn about the risks of simultaneous conflicts. Eventually, a negotiated arrangement will emerge. But that arrangement will represent a fundamental shift in global power. America will have accepted that it cannot control Hormuz without Chinese acquiescence. Once that precedent is established, American global dominance is permanently diminished. Let me bring this all together. China has warned America, if you touch our energy lifeline, we will respond. This warning is not diplomatic posturing. This is strategic communication of genuine intent. China is willing to risk confrontation with America to protect Chinese energy security.
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums. I'm gonna hit drums and click cover. Yes. This is good. Okay, perfect. I feel like the song needs a rhythm guitar. Dun, 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 dun. Changing it to guitar. I'm going to type in rhythm guitar.
This transforms the Iran conflict from Hormuz without Chinese acquiescence. Once that precedent is established,
Hey,
American
Crusader.
global dominance is permanently
Hey,
diminished.
Joe.
Let me bring this all together. China has warned America, if you touch our energy lifeline, we will respond. This warning is not diplomatic posturing. This is strategic communication of genuine intent. China is willing to risk confrontation with America to protect Chinese energy security. This transforms the Iran conflict from a regional war into a potential great power clash. It reveals that the unipolar era is ending and multipolar competition is beginning. It threatens the economic architecture that gave America global dominance. And it forces everyone, Americans, Chinese, allies, adversaries, ordinary people, everywhere, to prepare for a fundamentally different and more dangerous world. The Strait of Hormuz is not just about oil tankers. It is about whether America can still unilaterally control critical global choke points. China is saying no. And that answer, that rejection of American unilateral control, changes everything. The question is not whether you want this change. The question is whether you understand it and are preparing for it. Because this change is happening regardless of anyone's preferences. China's warning over Hormuz is the moment when the transition from American unipolarity to great power multipolarity became undeniable. And we are all going to live with the consequences. The cheap energy world depended on American control of the Gulf. That control is being challenged. The petrodollar system depended on everyone needing to buy energy with dollars. Alternative systems are being built. The global security architecture depended on America being willing and able to enforce rules unilaterally. That willingness and ability are being tested. If China's warning is successful, if China forces American accommodation of Chinese interests, then the entire global system reshapes itself around multipolar competition rather than American dominance. And that reshaped world will be more complex, more competitive, more dangerous, and much less predictable than the world we have known for the past 30 years. Understanding that now, preparing for it now, adapting to it now, this is not optional. This is survival in a changing world. Tell me in the comments, do you think China is bluffing? Do you think China would actually risk confrontation with America over the Strait of Hormuz? Or do you think this warning will force America to change its approach? Because your answer to that question determines what kind of world emerges from this crisis. Subscribe for continued analysis as this confrontation develops.
Best and worst fruits for your body.
What about kiwi?
Well, a lot of people.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see what I'm gonna go out on. Hold on. I'm gonna see, this one's the one I was supposed to.
Now I want you to sit with me for a minute, because what I'm about to walk you through is not ordinary.
Hold on.
To understand what's happening, you've got to understand where this started. Marjorie Taylor Greene came to Congress in January 2021 as a firebrand. She was stripped of her committee assignments, mocked by both parties, and none of it slowed her down, because she had Donald Trump's backing, and that was all the currency she needed. She stood by him through 2 impeachments. Now I want you to sit with me for a minute, because what I'm about to walk you through is not ordinary political drama. This is something different. When a president's most devoted defender, the person who wore loyalty like a suit of armor, who stood on rally stages from Georgia to Arizona
This is
shouting his
bad.
name,
Yep.
when that person turns around and says 25th Amendment, you are no longer watching a cable news spat. You are watching the foundation of a governing coalition crack in real time. Marjorie Taylor Greene was for years the most combative soldier Donald Trump had in the United States Congress. She fought his battles when no one else would. She took the heat, she took the ridicule, and she wore it proudly. And now she is publicly calling for his removal from office, accusing him of hating women, selling out to billionaire donors, and her words, going insane. Let me tell you something. I've been in politics a long time. I've seen party disputes. I've seen ugly primaries. But when the call is coming from inside the house, from the person who helped build that house, it tells you something profound about the structural health of American governance. And we'll come back to that in a moment. To understand what's happening, you've got to understand where this started. Marjorie Taylor Greene came to Congress in January 2021 as a firebrand. She was stripped of her committee assignments, mocked by both parties, and none of it slowed her down, because she had Donald Trump's backing, and that was all the currency she needed. She stood by him through 2 impeachments. She defended him during the January 6th
I know
hearings.
she hates the day.
She campaigned for him relentlessly in 2024. When he won, she expected, reasonably I think, that loyalty would be a two-way street.
Please.
But here's the honest truth about Washington, and I learned this the hard way. Coalitions don't survive on obedience. They survive on mutual respect. When I was president, I had to work with people in my own party who disagreed with me fiercely on welfare reform, on trade, on the budget. But we kept the coalition together because there was give and take. Nobody demanded worship. What Greene describes is a presidency that confused absolute fealty with partnership. She voted her conscience on a crypto bill, and Trump turned on her. She pushed for accountability, and he called her a traitor. The endorsement was rescinded. She resigned. And this is where things start to get complicated. Now let's look at what Greene is actually saying, because the specifics matter more than the headlines. First, she says Trump hates women, specifically women he cannot control. She points to Candace Owens, whom Trump called an extremely low IQ individual. She points to Megyn Kelly, whom he attacked after she criticized his policies. She names Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, Lori Chavez de Reamer, all women in his cabinet who were either fired or privately told to leave. Elise Stefanik was appointed UN ambassador, then had it taken away because, in Green's words, Johnson told him to.
Here's why your knee pain keeps coming back, and the easiest way to fix it without pills, shots, or surgery. I'm going to show you something about your knee that most doctors never explain.
Hit the like button.
Second, the donor accusation. Green says Trump sold out to big tech, big pharma, the Israel lobby, and the military-industrial complex to win a second term. Miriam Adelson gave hundreds of millions and got policy delivered. Mega donors get Mar-a-Lago parties and White House dinners. Regular supporters, they got spammy fundraising emails. Now, I'm a Democrat. I have my own views on these issues, but I want to present these not as partisan attacks, but as governance questions. Who is this president actually serving? And if even his fiercest ally is asking that question publicly, shouldn't every American be asking it too? Let me share something from experience. When I was in the White House, I managed competing factions constantly. Labor unions wanted one thing, centrist Democrats wanted another. After Oklahoma City, I had to unify a grieving country. During Kosovo, I had to hold a coalition of allies together while members of my own party questioned the mission. The difference is this: I never demanded praise. I never retaliated against allies who voted their conscience. That's not leadership. That's insecurity wearing a suit. What Green describes is a president who expected congratulations for bombing Iran because she says Bibi told him to. A president who promised a health care plan and delivered nothing. A president who spent years claiming FISA was used to spy on his campaign, then turned around and demanded a clean FISA 702 extension with no warrant protections. We've got to remember that real executive leadership isn't about making everyone clap for you. It's about making something from experience. When I was in the White House, I managed competing factions constantly. Labor unions wanted one thing, centrist Democrats wanted another. After Oklahoma City, I had to unify a grieving country. During Kosovo, I had to hold a coalition of allies together while members of my own party questioned the mission. The difference is this: I never demanded praise. I never retaliated against allies who voted their conscience. That's not leadership. That's insecurity wearing a suit. What Green describes is a president who expected congratulations for bombing Iran because she says Bibi told him to.
Oh, wow.
A president who promised a health care plan and delivered nothing. A president who spent years claiming FISA was used to spy on his campaign, then turned around and demanded a clean FISA 702 extension with no warrant protections. We've got to remember that real executive leadership isn't about making everyone clap for you. It's about making hard decisions, accepting criticism, and adjusting course when the evidence demands it. When your response to dissent is punishment, you haven't built a governing philosophy. You've built a loyalty test. And loyalty tests don't fix gas prices, don't calm markets, and don't keep the country safe. Here's the part that worries me most, and it's the part that doesn't make the chyron on your evening news. When a former president's strongest congressional ally calls for the 25th Amendment, It doesn't just damage one politician. It damages the institution of the presidency itself. It erodes public trust in the ability of government to function. And once that trust is gone, let me tell you, it takes a generation to rebuild. I think about the institutions I relied on: the Federal Reserve's independence, a Justice Department that operated without political vendettas, a postal system that delivered ballots without interference. These aren't glamorous things. They're the plumbing of democracy. And when the plumbing breaks, everything floods. Now look at what's happening. Rhetoric about destroying a whole civilization over the Strait of Hormuz. Gas prices at $4.05, up from under $3 before the conflict. Green herself, a Republican, calling this evil and madness. When the people inside the building are pulling the fire alarm, the rest of us ought to stop and listen. This isn't about left or right anymore. This is about whether our democratic infrastructure can survive leadership that treats institutions as personal instruments. Now look, I've always loved the numbers, and these numbers are telling a story that should concern every American, not just Democrats, not just Republicans, but everyone. Gen Z approval of Donald Trump, 24%. Think about that. 3 out of 4 young Americans disapprove of this presidency. That's not a political problem. That's a generational verdict. Fox News released a poll showing Americans trust Democrats more on the economy, 52 to 48. First time since 2010. The Cook Political Report found Democrats leading by 6 points in toss-up House districts that Trump won in 2024. And Megyn Kelly, who endorsed Trump, went on her show and told Republicans, and I'll use her language, "You're effed." Here's what connects these numbers to Green's accusations. Voters aren't ideological, they're practical. They see tariffs raising prices. They see a war they didn't vote for. They see gas at $4. They see a president attacking women on social media instead of delivering a health care plan. The contrast between what was promised and what was delivered, that's what's showing up in these polls. And if Republicans don't reckon with that honestly, November 2026 will do the reckoning for them.
What's the fastest way to go viral right now?
Dancing? Doing something crazy? Posting 3 times a day?
Nope. That's what everyone's doing. That's why it doesn't work anymore.
Okay then, going controversial?
So where does this go? 10. The Cook Political Report found Democrats leading by 6 points in toss-up House districts that Trump won in 2024. And Megyn Kelly, who endorsed Trump, went on her show and told Republicans, and I'll use her language, "You're effed." Here's what connects these numbers to Green's accusations. Voters aren't ideological, they're practical. They see tariffs raising prices. They see a war they didn't vote for. They see gas at $4. They see a president attacking women on social media instead of delivering a health care plan. The contrast between what was promised and what was delivered, that's what's showing up in these polls. And if Republicans don't reckon with that honestly, November 2026 will do the reckoning for them. So where does this go? Let me lay out 3 possibilities, because I think the next few months will be decisive. First road, Trump doubles down. He purges the remaining dissenters, attacks Green harder, rallies the base around loyalty. In that scenario, the Republican Party heads into the midterms with a shrinking coalition and a furious independent vote. The House flips decisively, maybe the Senate too. Second road, Republican leadership quietly distances itself from Trump. You start hearing phrases like, "I support the president's agenda, but not his tone." It's awkward, it splits the base, but it might save a few competitive seats. The problem is, Trump doesn't tolerate distance. He treats it as betrayal. Third road, and this is the most interesting one. Green's break signals something larger, a political realignment. She's talked to Democrats like Ro Khanna. She's positioning herself as independent. I spent years building the centrist New Democrat coalition, and I know how hard realignment is. But when both parties have members this unhappy, something has to give. The most dangerous outcome isn't any of these three. It's paralysis. A government that can't govern and can't reform itself. That's what keeps me up. Let me close with this. I don't agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene on most things. We come from different worlds, different philosophies, different visions of what government should do. And that's fine. That's democracy. But I will say this. It takes real courage to stand up to the most powerful person in your own political movement and say, this is wrong. She did that at enormous personal cost. She lost her seat. She lost her endorsement. She was called a traitor by the man she once fought for. Yep. And she did it anyway. That kind of civic courage, the willingness to put principle above tribe, is exactly what both parties need more of right now. Mm-hmm. Not worship, not obedience, but honest, clear-eyed accountability. The younger generation, those Gen Z voters, they deserve a politics that isn't built on fear and retaliation. They deserve leaders who answer questions, keep promises, and treat the presidency as a public trust, not a personal throne. So I'd ask every American watching this, don't treat this moment as entertainment. Treat it as a summons, because the promise of this country was never about one leader. It was about all of us together doing the hard, patient, imperfect work of self-government. And that work isn't finished, not by a long shot.
I just created a $47 ebook in 3 minutes flat using AI. Time me while I do it again. Already in Designer, interface is loading.
Hi, Sandra. Oh, okay, that was it.
Now look. I want to tell you a story tonight.
What? Most people don't realize that the what? Oh, I don't know if I've heard that one. Hold on. That's not what I want to end on now. Yeah, no, that's let me go back. Okay, I'm gonna end on Midas, my Ben. I gotta end on Ben. Normally I start with him, but I didn't.
Distract from his own. Donald Trump just wrapped up a disastrous 60 Minutes interview. It was disastrous for Donald Trump and his despicable regime. It was disastrous for 60 Minutes. and whatever shred of credibility it had, I don't think there was any, but say goodbye to that. The topic was Donald Trump using this purported shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as more propaganda to distract from the Epstein files, to distract from his unlawful and catastrophic war in Iran, and try to build his golden ballroom by saying that
I don't
this
understand
incident now
either. They
proves
got the
why we
majority
need a
in the
golden
House,
ballroom, and now the MAGA Republican Congress members
and they're
are
not
saying
gonna vote him
that
out.
the American taxpayers should fund it. So I want to go through carefully with you what went down in this interview. Then I want to share with you a little bit of information back when 60 Minutes had credibility, and Leslie Stahl from 60 Minutes was questioning Donald Trump in 2020, and he stormed off. He threw a fit, he threw a tantrum and said, please don't ask me tough questions, when she was asking him pretty tough, pretty normal questions, I would say. Remember that interview? That's where Donald Trump gave Leslie Stahl a binder filled with blank pages in 2020 and said that was his health care plan. And then Leslie Stahl opened it up and said, this is just a binder filled with blank pages. We'll get there in a moment. And then I want to bring the receipts to share with you what actually should have been covered if you were doing an actual interview with Donald Trump about what went down at this White House Correspondents' Dinner. So let's take this piece by piece. So Norah O'Donnell was the host from 60 Minutes, she works at CBS, who was asking Donald Trump these softball questions. Donald Trump was telling Norah O'Donnell that he actually did not fall down while being evacuated from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He says that he was asked to get closer to the ground by the agents. So O'Donnell said, it looks like you go down. Did you go down? He did go down, okay? We all saw it on video. He fell flat on his face. And we know that he struggles to walk in straight lines right now. And we know that he's cognitively and physically deteriorating before our eyes. But O'Donnell just throws up a softball. And then Donald Trump says, no, 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 no. What happened was I was starting to talk with them, and they said, please, sir, please go down to the floor. So I listened, and I dropped down to the floor. That's what that was. I just think so many Americans and people throughout the world are just sick and tired of just the lies and the weirdness. Look, you fell down. We all saw what happened. You can admit that you fell down, but nothing that this regime says is ever true. Also, we should note right now as well that this purported shooter got nowhere near Donald Trump, got nowhere near
Yeah, so how
where
was
the
it
White House
assassination of
Correspondents'
him?
Dinner was actually taking place. Sure, it was on the premises. It was at the Washington, D.C. Hilton Hotel.
The way they
but
moved
the individual,
first.
the purported shooter, just got a few feet past the first checkpoint magnometer and then was tackled allegedly, and was on an entirely different floor from where the actual event was taking place. So everybody acting like, oh my God, he got so close, and this was such a close. No, it really wasn't. Oh my God, everybody was so courageous, and Trump was so courageous, and Vance, and they were all. No, they weren't. They weren't. Okay. We should condemn political violence in all of its forms, period, point blank. But we should also condemn false narratives and lies and propaganda and people who are trying to use this event to normalize Donald Trump, for regime media to try to be like, you see, now's the time for unity. No. Donald Trump is covering up the Epstein files. He's dragged us into a catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran with Netanyahu. He's covering up, he's causing inflation to surge right now. People are suffering, and so we're just going to call out what is happening, and we're going to reject these BS narratives. O'Donnell then says, is there something that you as president can do about the political violence that we see? Pause, yeah, resign. Okay, get impeached, because Donald Trump is one of the biggest purveyors of political violence, okay? He stokes violence every damn day. You want to look at his social media posts that he makes that I cover here on the Midas Touch Network? Not a day goes by where he doesn't say or do things that are threatening to someone or some group. He does it every damn freaking day. if we're going to be truthful. But of course, Norah O'Donnell and 60 Minutes, which is regime media at this point, and sad to say, she doesn't call that out. And Donald Trump's like, I do think that hate speech of the Democrats.
No Facebook ads, no TikTok videos, no website, affiliate marketing without the usual roadblocks? Yes, it's possible. There's an invisible traffic source with virtually zero competition that's been right under everyone's nose. It gave me a fighting chance when all those oversaturated platforms failed.
Hi, I'm Adam Charrington. I've been an affiliate marketer for over 20 years, and I'm the founder and CEO of Charrington Media, an 8-figure affiliate marketing company. And I want to share my life-changing discovery with you. The invisible affiliate system is a completely different approach that took me from a struggling broke wannabe to a super affiliate. And the best part, you don't even need a website of your own or have to rely on any of these major traffic sites or worry about market saturation or finding a profitable niche. Instead, I'll guide you to the invisible networks that few affiliates know about. This system is backed by real-world experience and rules that give you a mathematical advantage. Forget the traditional affiliate strategies that lead to fierce competition on oversaturated platforms.
Is very dangerous. The Democrats are the purveyors of hate speech. And Norah O'Donnell's like, you raised some good points there. She's like shaking her head. What are you talking about? Donald Trump is the center of the universe of hate speech, of lies, of propaganda, of spreading hate. It's because of him that our body politic has been utterly destroyed. And we need to try to lift it back up, but to try to say, Donald, is there something you can do about political violence? Yeah, get impeached and resign is what he can do. And there's a reason why his approval's at 33%. Then Donald Trump says, you know, the reason you have people like that shooter, the reason you have people like that is because you have no kings protests. You have people doing this no kings thing. I'm not a king. If I was a king, I wouldn't be dealing with you. Huh? So now you're using this purported incident for golden ballrooms to shut down no kings protests. Isn't it pretty clear, folks, what's going on here? And do you think 60 Minutes is fact-checking him or saying, hey, that's not a good thing to say, you're a liar? No, that's not what they're doing at all. O'Donnell then says, do you think this will change your relationship with the press? And Trump goes, we disagree on a lot of subjects. It's not so much the press. It's the press plus the Democrats because they're almost one and the same. And Norah O'Donnell just takes it, okay. I see what you're saying there, Donald. Really, you may want to call out the guy for being a fascist, vile piece of trash. That's probably what a good interview would do right there and say, you know what? You're spreading hate right now on this very interview. You're stoking violence on this very interview. That's what a good interview would do, but I digress. Was the First Lady scared? Norah O'Donnell wants to know. Donald, was the First Lady scared? He goes, well, I don't want to say. And people don't like having it said that they were scared. But who wouldn't be when you have a situation like that?
They don't even know that he failed. Pass the hell out.
That was more of a bullet than a tray, okay? The shooter was nowhere near this forum. Like, let's be very clear again about what happened. But okay, let's all shed tears and say, oh my gosh, can you believe it? While they distract from the Epstein files, distract from people suffering, distract from the unlawful and catastrophic war in Iran, distract from the things that people care about. You want to know why corporate news is failing right now and Midas Touch is surging? By the way, everybody watching this, hit subscribe right now and help us get to 7 million subscribers. You want to know why? It's because of interviews like this. These media-generated narratives that try to center themselves in the story versus what they should be doing is focusing on what the people are saying. Listen to what the damn people are saying out there because they're being very loud and clear about the psychological torture that they're experiencing on a day-to-day basis from this Trump regime. But Norah O'Donnell continues, how worried were you that you were going to be injured? Trump, I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world. I've been through times like this before, a couple of times. And here's the one question that she asks, which is a somewhat decent question, but then watch what she allows Donald Trump to do to her. She goes, in his manifesto, the purported shooter wrote that I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction? And Donald Trump goes, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're a horrible person. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anyone. I'm not a pedophile. Excuse me. You read that crap from a sick person. I was totally exonerated. You should be ashamed of yourself reading that. You're a disgrace. To which point, a good interviewer would have said, you know, you were adjudicated to be a sexual predator in that you were found civilly liable in a federal court for sexually assaulting a woman. You're on audio, Donald, bragging about grabbing women by their genitals. And you said, because you're rich, you get away with it. And instead of genitals, you use the P word. You're on audio saying that you utilize your beauty pageants to inspect the girls and ladies naked in the room, because when you're the owner of the pageant, it's like you're an inspector. They let you do it. You can get away with it. Maybe that's what you should have pushed back at when Donald Trump said, I'm totally exonerated. I'm totally exonerated. And he will go on to say, I've been exonerated from the Epstein files. An interviewer should be prepared to fact check him to his face. And then finally, moments after Donald Trump calls her a disgrace and horrible, Norah O'Donnell tells Donald Trump that the White House Correspondents Association very much appreciates you going last night. She goes, on behalf of the White House Correspondents Association, Donald, thank you. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for being a unifying voice when we needed it the most. We heard that not just from Norah O'Donnell today, but all these corporate news hacks. They all behaved like that today. But guess what? The people weren't buying this crap at all. Your time is done, corporate news, because people see your BS for what it is. We see that you love this guy, Donald Trump. You love his fascism. You love the access. You crave it because you're lazy, you're pathetic, you care about access and privilege and parties over the people.
Absolutely.
You think that you're the center of the story. You aren't even close to the center of the story.
Nope.
You know who's the center of the story? The American people are. That's what you should be focused on to do your job right.
No, you don't know
More
how to
from
do
this
that.
event. Norah O'Donnell goes, the shooter wrote, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? They're doing nothing. This level of incompetence is insane. And Trump goes, well, he was pretty incompetent too, because he got caught, and he got caught pretty easily. So I would say he's pretty incompetent too. So I just want to get this straight. If he got caught pretty easily, if he didn't get anywhere near the actual venue itself, then what are we even talking about? Why would the Golden Ballroom be necessary if the FBI and Secret Service did their job and the person didn't even really get through the first line of security and didn't even get to the floor where the event took place? But then Donald Trump's like, I think the NFL should sign up Cole Allen. That's the name of the purported shooter. I think they should sign him up. He was pretty damn fast. And then throughout the day, you had stuff like this. You had like Wyja on CBS, and they were talking, and they were like, I'm just trying to process what took place. And it was such a tragic event that happened. It was so, again, they're centering the story in themselves versus the people. Here, just play this clip right here.
Your 7-year-old daughter was there. Your parents were there. Your husband was there. This was a lot. And I wonder what you think about this and why it was so important for all of us to be gathered. How are you making sense of that? Have you? I think we're processing this still.
I think we're all processing it.
And I just want to remind you all as well, though, as I said at the outset, when 60 Minutes was actually doing rock star journalism back in 2020, when Leslie Stahl would look Donald Trump in the face and laugh in his face when he would say, I don't want tough questions, and she said, I hope you're okay with it because I'm going to ask you tough questions. And he said, no, I'm not. And then he stormed out of the room And then his team gave Leslie Stahl blank binders and said that was his health care plan, and then walked away. Guess what? We still don't have that health care plan. 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. That's what we heard. 2 weeks, we'll get it. Here we are in 2026. No health care plan. In fact, Donald Trump ripping away health care from the American people. Perhaps questions to Donald Trump should have been like this. So we learned that your regime provided a lower level of security for the White House Correspondents' Dinner purposefully than it has for other gatherings of high-ranking officials. According to people familiar with the plan, why'd you do that? How about this question? The Great Lake states, Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, Wisconsin, are about to set new 2026 record highs in the next few days for gas prices. Okay? What do you think about that? Their prices are about to increase another 65 cents in the next 72 hours. What do you say to the people there who are suffering? What do you say to MB Ghalibaf, Iran's parliament leader and lead negotiator in Iran, who mocks you on a daily basis, who just said the following? They brag about the cards. Let's see. Supply cards equal demand cards. Strait of Hormuz, partly played. When it comes to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, unplayed, meaning you want us to shut that down also, Donald Trump. Pipelines, unplayed. Inventory release, played. Demand destruction, partly played. More price adjustments to come. Add summer vacation to the right unless they want to cancel it for the U.S. Also, you could have asked about the question about the statements Donald Trump made this morning, where Trump issued a new ultimatum on Iran, telling state regime media, which calls itself Fox, that Iran has just 3 days before its oil pipelines naturally explode from within. Trump claimed the backup of oil created as a result of the U.S. naval blockade will cause catastrophic mechanical stress that will lead to spontaneous explosions in the earth and within the transport lines if the flow is restored. Except this is not the way life works. Energy analysts and engineers generally disagree. Pipelines have something called safety valves and sensors designed to shut down pumping long before pressure levels. If oil cannot move, operators typically stop production at the source. Some analysts believe Iran has 2 to 3 months of inland storage before it will need to drastically cut production. And if what Donald Trump said is true, then why aren't the facilities in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in all these other locations just blowing up? Because Donald Trump is making all this up. U.S. farm bankruptcies are up 46% year over year, 70% in the Midwest. Why don't you ask Donald Trump about those questions right here? Why don't you ask Donald Trump how food inflation is surging close to 10% year over year? There's a lot of questions that you could be asking Donald Trump right now, okay? Instead of just having this narrative about, oh my God, we need to unify around Donald Trump right now. Oh, and yes, I did not play any clips. And you know why I didn't play any clips? I did not want to hear his voice. I do not want to hear CBS's voice. I want to have this conversation directly with you. If you want to go and watch it, you can go and watch it. But I'm not trying to get it more views. I'm just trying to give you the facts so we can look critically together. Tell me what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million.
Let you hear this
If the flow is restored. Except this is not the way life works. Energy analysts and engineers generally disagree. Pipelines have something called safety valves and sensors designed to shut down pumping long before pressure reaches explosive levels. If oil cannot move, operators typically stop production at the source. Some analysts believe Iran has 2 to 3 months of inland storage before it will need to drastically cut production. And if what Donald Trump said is true, then why aren't the facilities in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in all these other locations just blowing up? Because Donald Trump is making all this up. U.S. farm bankruptcies are up 46% year over year, 70% in the Midwest. Why don't you ask Donald Trump about those questions right here? Why don't you ask Donald Trump how food inflation is surging close to 10% year over year? There's a lot of questions that you could be asking Donald Trump right now, okay?
We have safety
Instead of just
valves
having this
to shut
narrative
pumps
about,
off.
oh my
I
God, we
have
need to
worked in the oil
unify around
industry for
Donald
20 plus
Trump
years.
right now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and yes, I did not play any clips. And you know why I didn't play any clips? I did not want to hear his voice. I do not want to hear CBS's voice. I want to have this conversation directly with you. If you want to go and watch it, you can go and watch it. But I'm not trying to get it more views. I'm
Right.
just trying to give you the facts so we can look critically together.
Right.
Tell me what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to
I
7
dig that.
million subscribers. Seriously, hit subscribe. And this is one of those videos where if you can, share it with people that you know. Say you want the truth. You want to really get the facts in a way that you're not seeing anywhere else. Give this YouTube channel a chance and show them this video in particular. Because I think this is a good way to get more Midas Touch subscribers, which is a good way to get out the truth. Hit subscribe. Thanks for watching.
They are the
Love this.
truth. One more of him and I'm out. This is about Canada.
At Donald Trump and his despicable regime, and they are not holding back as the Canada is absolutely furious at Donald Trump and his despicable regime, and they are not holding back as the United States is trying to threaten Canada heading into these CUSMA negotiations, the Canadian-United States-Mexico agreement. The United States is trying to extort Canada that if you even want to have the privilege of negotiating with us, you need to pay to play. Canada is absolutely furious at Donald Trump and his despicable regime, and they are not holding back as the United States is trying to threaten Canada heading into these
I think he
CUSMA
want to go out hated.
negotiations,
I really
the
do. I think he
Canadian-United
like being hated.
States-Mexico agreement. The United States is trying to extort Canada that if you even want to have the privilege of negotiating with us, you need to pay to play and make all of these concessions for us to even consider a renewal of CUSMA. Otherwise, we are going to try to harm your country and inflict more economic pain. That's the Trump regime's posture as it relates to Canada. And Canada's like, okay, we've had demonstrated to you already that when we are ready to fight back, we're going to win this. Look at the Canadian boycott against United States products, services, and tourism into the United States. Canada is ready to fight. This has the Trump regime running scared. We know Howard Lutnick is like, oh, Canada sucks, man. Canada sucks. Like, why are they even doing this? To which Senator Shaheen from New Hampshire is like, because you're threatening its sovereignty, because you keep on mocking it, because you impose unlawful tariffs against it, because you constantly launch these phony pretextual investigations against Canada trade in order to justify your atrocities. Maybe
In order to
that's why
shut you
Howard
down.
Lutnick. And so, as you all know, we at the Midas Touch Network have worked with the one, the only Midas Canada Network. And I want to share with you right now what they're saying over there. Charlie Angus, absolutely crushing it, running Midas Canada. Here's what he had to say about what the Trump regime is doing as it relates to CUSMA and how Canada is fighting back. Here, play this clip.
I just want to lay out a bit of what's happening so we can look at the frame of the global situation and what it means for Canada and the United States right now. What Donald Trump has created in Iran is more than just a global dumpster fire. The cascade effects of the chaos that he's created will cause serious damage to the world economy. We're already seeing fuel shortages in Europe, shortages across Asia. What also needs to be looked at is the crisis that's coming in food, because a good percentage of the world's fertilizer comes through the strait. And it will affect countries like Sri Lanka, Sudan, Central Africa, across Asia, that will cause massive increases in food prices, which will have a massive impact on the economy, and of course, the danger of starvation. Not that Donald Trump and his gangsters care, but that's the global threat. At the same time, the United States is now saying they're ready to renegotiate CUSMA, the North American Free Trade Agreement between Mexico and Canada. And the messages that we're getting are the messages I think we expected. Bombast, ignorant attitudes, threat. Howard Lutnick's calling us losers. Yeah, we're losers when we have trade between Canada and the United States worth $1 trillion, and that the United States trades 3 times the amount to Canada than they do to China. But they really hate us. Donald Trump says we are the nastiest people he's ever dealt with. They insult us, they ridicule us, they act like our border doesn't exist because we haven't bent. Now what they're doing is to say, to negotiate Kuzma, we have to pay to play. Yeah, this is gangster economics. We're not surprised. We've been saying this on Midas Canada from day one. This is what we're dealing with.
Gangster
We're dealing with the
economics.
gangster regime. They want us to pay them in order to negotiate a trade agreement. So last year when Prime Minister Carney came in, he agreed to cut the digital services tax, which was giving up Canadian sovereignty over digital taxes to ensure that the big giants like Facebook paid a fair share, or even some share, of taxes to the Canadian economy. Prime Minister Carney gave that up as an act of goodwill. And what did we get back? We got back insults, threats, and Donald Trump saying he's demanding more. Well, now they're demanding more. If we give that up, they will come for more. That's anybody who watches a gangster movie knows how that goes. At the same time, we're learning there's a massive offshore political psyops operation trying to undermine and break Canada, that millions and millions of online views from sites claiming to be pro-Alberta separatists are being pumped into Canada. This is the Brexit playbook. This is the standard, the Russian operations. This is the United States. This is offshore undermining of Canada, because what the United States is going to do under Donald Trump is they are going to back their Donbass-style separatist leader in Daniel Smith to try and break our country apart. So the threats are very serious as we sit down to negotiate Kuzma. But I really was struck last week. The Prime Minister, Mark Carney, gave an address directly to the people, which I've been calling on him to do for some time. Talk to the people, engage the people. And he talked about General Isaac Brock. I was really, really, really shocked when he did that. And I'm going to explain why. To invoke a general who defended Canada against a military threat from the United States on the eve of trade negotiations, I think is pretty provocative. But this is a message that Mark Carney was delivering to Canadians to say, be ready. And he did say that. He said, we've been through tough times before. We will get through this. You know, when Donald Trump is saying he arbitrarily just wants to move our border 50 kilometers, yeah, you know, take Niagara Falls, take Surrey, take Sherbrooke, take the Great Lakes, take Toronto, take Hamilton, whatever. This is the attitude of a gangster regime. What really makes them angry, why they shout and call us losers and why they insult us, is because we haven't broke, and we are not going to break, and Canada will never break. And I think what Prime Minister Carney was telling us this week is that we've stood up before against incredible odds, and we fought back, and we will fight back again.
Now, Charlie Angus also did this incredible speech. I want to share it with you as well, responding to Howard Lutnick saying that Canada sucks. And this message right here by Charlie Angus has gone viral in Canada. For real, it's such an honor to be affiliated with Midas Canada, to see the great work they're doing, and all the Maple Midas out there. I've gotten so many great messages from all the Maple Midas. I read them all, and I want to let you all know in Canada how much we appreciate you. What an honor it has been to be shoulder to shoulder with you in this fight for democracy internationally. It's been an incredible experience to meet you all, to learn more about you, and to launch Midas Canada with Charlie Angus. But here's what Angus had to say. And he says, Howard Lutnick, you suck. Here, play this clip.
Howard Lutnick, you suck. No, seriously, you really suck. I feel the need to bring this message to you on behalf of the people of Canada who work hard, who play fair, who do their part to build a good society, and they wake up in the morning and they see you on TV insulting our nation and pushing us around and thinking we're like these scrawny kids who are going to give you our lunch money. No, it ain't going to happen. So if that was your strategy, sucks. It really does. I'm just going to go through a few of the reasons you suck. As a trade negotiator, you suck big time. As a human being, you really suck. And we're going to talk about that. I know it's not comfortable talk for you, but we got to go through there. And then we're going to talk about you as a guy who's supposed to represent the best interests of the American people. On that, you super suck. So let's get down to the first thing. So we are on the verge of renegotiating CUSMA, the North American Free Trade Deal, the biggest trade agreement basically in the world that creates $1 trillion in reciprocal trade between the United States and Canada every single year. That you sell 3 times more products into Canada than you do from China, and that we are a bigger exporter into the United States than China. And yet you say that we suck. Yeah, that you hate us. The same attitude that Donald Trump has. Do you think we're some kind of grifters? So you set that up as the terms for the discussion. And then you say we got to pay to play, that we got to give you all kinds of concessions before you'll talk to us. That's a real brilliant strategy, dude. Because what that's done is given serious backbone to our Prime Minister, and woe to any political leader in Canada who does try and give you concessions, because the Canadian people now are paying really close attention to these negotiations, and they're seriously pissed, and they want to give you sweet F all because you're just such a jerk. That's why you suck as a trade negotiator. Now, as a human being, tell us about that photo of Epstein Island, because, I've been reading about your claims about knowing Epstein, and it just doesn't make sense. So in 2005, you find out Epstein's your next door neighbor. So fair enough, you and your wife go over to visit your neighbor. Perfectly normal, I'd say, I guess, for people who live next door to millionaires like Epstein. And you said that when you got the tour, you were incredibly creeped out because he was making these creepy sexual innuendos. And you said, and in the 6 to 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided I would never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. Well, that's what any decent human being would say, right? And then Epstein got convicted of sex with an underage person at a time of a major FBI investigation into sex with underage girls. And then there were multiple rumors that Epstein was involved in all manner of sex trafficking with youth. Your next door neighbor, and you didn't know any of that. And you said you were never going to be with that disgusting person ever again. And then the Epstein files dropped, and we saw your picture at Epstein Island. So then you had to admit, oh, right, yeah, in 2012, you called him up and went to hang out with him on the island. And you said, quote, my wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. And I had another couple that were there as well with their children. Did you tell that couple about how disgusting Epstein was? Why would you bring your children, dude, to be in the presence of a man that you thought was so disgusting you would never be in the same room with him again, and yet you showed up at his island and brought your kids? Yeah, as a human being, Howard, you suck. And don't take my word for it. I was listening to Republican member of the House, Thomas Massey, who said, you really needed to resign. He said, really, he, that's you, Howard, should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. Now, there you go.
Do that.
Me and Republicans sharing something in common. It's because you suck. Now, your role here is to represent the best interests of the American people. The American people who are being hammered from the Canadian boycott, not our government boycott, but the ordinary
y'all to hit the
Canadians
like
who
button,
refuse to spend
please.
$1 in the United States because of the constant threats and insults. The traffic to tourist destinations is down 35%. It's cost billions of dollars. It shut the Jim Beam distillery down. And rather than lowering the temperature and starting to find common ground again, you're ramping it up and insulting us. And so you have made it clear to Canadians that there is no reason to break the boycott under any circumstances because of your attitude. The attitude that they see from you, it really sucks. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. Take Jean Shaheen, who's a Democrat representative from New Hampshire, whose state is being hammered by the boycott. And she blames you, Howard, for destroying jobs and opportunities in New Hampshire because of your attitude. She thinks you suck.
Hi,
In
Annie.
my home state of New Hampshire, tourism is the second largest industry, both by revenue and it supports 70,000 jobs. Canada has long been
Hi,
our largest
HO
share of foreign visitors,
6484.
but last year we saw a 30% drop in Canadian tourism, largely due to the loss of trust and goodwill because of this administration's rhetoric around Canada. Secretary Letnick, last week you said about Canada's economic strategy, and I quote, "They suck." I believe your spokesperson then said this was about Canada's economy leeching off of the U.S. How does insulting our closest ally and neighbor help the businesses in my state of New Hampshire and states all across this country who are hurting because of the loss of Canadian business and tourism?
Canada's economy leans on incredible $30 trillion economy of America. But
there's no doubt about that, Mr. Secretary. But insulting our closest ally and neighbor who provides a lot of business, we have a lot of businesses in New Hampshire, small businesses who work on both sides of the border. We have all those Canadian visitors who are not coming because of your comments and comments by the administration. How does that help our economy?
it is outrageous that Canada will not put U.S. spirits on the shelf. It is insulting.
It is.
And disrespectful to America that they won't
Absolutely.
even put.
And my husband has an interest in a company that has American spirits. And they won't do it because of the insults from this president and comments like yours.
Wow, man, you are so arrogant. You are so out of touch. You really don't give a damn about the damage that you're doing. Fair play. Come to the negotiating table. Canadians are ready. They are so done with your attitude. They are so done with your arrogance. And they are so done with being nice. Because you know what, Howard Lutnick? You suck.
There you have it, everybody. Let me know what you all think.
Okay, y'all. Good night. Sleep tight, please. If you didn't hit the like button coming in, please hit the like button going out. Like it, share it, subscribe to the Tea Palace. And if you will be so kind, good night. Support of Auntie Fee Cash App, $AUNTEAFEE. I would greatly appreciate it. Good night.